Hello, check. Hello.
ಕಡಲಾಯಿ ನಗರಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಸೊಬಗಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರದ ಐಸಿರಿ ಚರಿತೆಯ ಪುಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಮಧುರತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಗಾರದ ಕಲಶವು ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ವಹಿವಾಟು ಕರಾವಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿ ಹೆಮ್ಮರವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿದೆ. ಹೊಸ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ತಂದಿದೆ.
ಅಲೆಗಳ ಸೊಬಗಲಿ ಹೊಸತೊಂದು ಬೆಳಕು ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಮಲ್ಯರ ಕನಸಿನ ಕೂಸು ಸಾಗರದ ಗಡಿ ದಾಟಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಆರ್ಥಿಕತೆ ಉಸಿರಾಗಿ ಪುಟಿದೆದ್ದು ನಿಂತಿದೆ.
ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆ.
ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ. ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ. ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ
ಅರುವತ್ತರ ದಶಕ ಕರಾವಳಿಗೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ನೋಟದ ಛಾಯೆಯು ಉದ್ಯೋಗದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಹೊಸತಾದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯು
ಜಗದಾಚೆಯ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಪರಿಚಯದ ರೂವಾರಿಯು ಸಾಧನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭವ್ಯತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲುವಿನ ಪರಿಚಯವು ಹೊಸ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯ ಈ ಮುನ್ನುಡಿ ಬೆಳಕುದಂತೀಗ ವ್ಯವಹಾರದ ಕರಿಮೆಗೆ ಸೇತುವೆ ಆಯ್ತೀಗ 50ರ ಈ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಸಂತಸ ಬಂತೀಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಈ ಖುಷಿಯ ಹಂಚೋಣ.
ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆ. ಅತ್ತನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರಕ ಬಂದ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ಅಭಿನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು पत्तन के स्वर्ण जयंती संभ्रम है.
Now is the golden jubilee of the new Mangalore authority.
ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
O bele, o bele, o bele, ailesa. O bele, o bele, o bele, ailesa. ಒಂದು ಇತ್ತ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಬಂಗಾರು ಪರ್ವದ ಗೌಜಿ.
नित्यानंद मंगलदोई बंदोर कर्तृपकोर सुनली जयंती सुनली जयंती. ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ಅತ್ತನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರಕ ಬಂದ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ಜೈ
Namaskara. Welcome to New Mangalore Port stall at IMW. As per Ministry's direction, NMPA is moving in a smarter way by promoting digitization in the port sector. We have tied up with NTCPWC and we are setting up one port automation unit with an investment of 25 crores for all major ports. This will create a digital ecosystem among the major ports and drive smarter ports across all major ports. Thank you.
ಕಡಲಾಯಿ ನಗರಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಸೊಬಗಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರದ ಐಸಿರಿ ಚರಿತೆಯ ಪುಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಮಧುರತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಗಾರದ ಕಲಶವು ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ವಹಿವಾಟು ಕರಾವಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿ ಹೆಮ್ಮರವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿದೆ. ಹೊಸ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ತಂದಿದೆ.
ಅಲೆಗಳ ಸೊಬಗಲಿ ಹೊಸತೊಂದು ಬೆಳಕು ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಮಲ್ಯರ ಕನಸಿನ ಕೂಸು ಸಾಗರದ ಗಡಿ ದಾಟಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಆರ್ಥಿಕತೆ ಉಸಿರಾಗಿ ಪುಟಿದೆದ್ದು ನಿಂತಿದೆ.
ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆ.
ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ. ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ. ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತಗರಿ ತುಂ ತುಂ ತುಂ.
ಅರುವತ್ತರ ದಶಕ ಕರಾವಳಿಗೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ನೋಟದ ಛಾಯೆಯು ಉದ್ಯೋಗದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಹೊಸತಾದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯು
ಜಗದಾಚೆಯ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಪರಿಚಯದ ರೂವಾರಿಯು ಸಾಧನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭವ್ಯತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲುವಿನ ಪರಿಚಯವು ಹೊಸ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯ ಈ ಮುನ್ನುಡಿ ಬೆಳಕು ತಂತೀಗ ವ್ಯವಹಾರದ ಕರಿಮೆಗೆ ಸೇತುವೆ ಆಯ್ತೀಗ 50ರ ಈ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಸಂತಸ ಬಂತೀಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಈ ಖುಷಿಯ ಹಂಚೋಣ.
ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆ. ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರಕ ಬಂದ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ಅಭಿನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು पत्थन के स्वर्ण जयंती संभ्रम है.
Now is the golden jubilee of the new Mangalore Port Authority.
ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಐಲೇಸ ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಐಲೇಸ ಒಂದು ಇತ್ತ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಬಂಗಾರು ಪರ್ವದ ಗೌಜಿ.
ಮಂಗಳೂರಿ ಬಂದೋರ್ ಕರ್ತೃಪಕೋರ್ ಸುನಲಿ ಜಯಂತಿ ಸುನಲಿ ಜಯಂತಿ. ಇದೀಗ
ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರಕ ಬಂಗ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಜೈ ಭಾರತ ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಜೈ ಭಾರತ. Dum 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 tadari dum 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 tadari dum 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 tadari dum dum dum. Golden Jubilee NMPA Golden Jubilee NMPA Golden Jubilee NMPA Golden Jubilee NMPA.
ಕಡಲಾಯಿ ನಗರಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಸೊಬಗಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರದ ಐಸಿರಿ. ಚರಿತೆಯ ಪುಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಮಧುರತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಗಾರದ ಕಲಶವು. ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ವಹಿವಾಟು ಕರಾವಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿ ಹೆಮ್ಮರವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿದೆ. ಹೊಸ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ತಂದಿದೆ.
ಅಲೆಗಳ ಸೊಬಗಲಿ ಹೊಸತೊಂದು ಬೆಳಕು. ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಮಲ್ಯರ ಕನಸಿನ ಕೂಸು. ಸಾಗರದ ಗಡಿ ದಾಟಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಆರ್ಥಿಕತೆ ಉಸಿರಾಗಿ ಪುಟಿದೆದ್ದು ನಿಂತಿದೆ.
ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆ.
ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ. ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ. ತುಂ 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 ತದರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತದರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತದರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತದರಿ ತುಂ 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 ತದರಿ ತುಂ ತುಂ
ಅರುವತ್ತರ ದಶಕ ಕರಾವಳಿಗೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ನೋಟದ ಛಾಯೆಯು. ಉದ್ಯೋಗದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಹೊಸತಾದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯು.
ಜಗದಾಚೆಯ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಪರಿಚಯದ ರೂವಾರಿಯು. ಸಾಧನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭವ್ಯತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲುವಿನ ಪರಿಚಯವು. ಹೊಸ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯ ಈ ಮುನ್ನುಡಿ ಬೆಳಕುದಂತೀಗ. ವ್ಯವಹಾರದ ಕರಿಮೆಗೆ ಸೇತುವೆ ಆಯ್ತೀಗ. 50ರ ಈ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಸಂತಸ ಬಂತೀಗ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಈ ಖುಷಿಯ ಹಂಚೋಣ.
ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆ. ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರಕ ಬಂಗ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ये अभिनव मंगलूरू पत्तन की स्वर्ण जयंती संभ्रम है.
Now is the golden jubilee of the new Mangalore authority.
ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಐಲೇಸ. ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಓ ಬೇಲೆ ಐಲೇಸ. ಒಂದು ಇತ್ತ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಬಂಗಾರು ಪರ್ವದ ಗೌಜಿ.
नित्यानंदोर मंगलदोई बंदोर कर्तृपकोर सुनली जयंती सुनली जयंती. ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರಕ ಬಂಗ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ.
ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ
and gentlemen, we are beginning this special session. Immediately, all those yet outside, please proceed to the Arabian Sea. We are beginning the Digital Tech Forum. Immediately, all those inside requested to please settle down quickly and do ensure that your cell phones are on the silent. So, a very good morning, everybody. Good morning. On behalf of the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, Government of India and the Boston Consulting Group, it gives me, Manasi, immense delight in extending a hearty welcome to all of you for this extremely special session, the Digital Tech Forum, under the aegis of India Maritime Week 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Tech Forum is a dedicated global platform bringing together global maritime CXOs, port chairpersons, technology leaders, and senior policymakers to shape the international agenda on smart maritime innovation. This platform will provide an opportunity to exchange ideas with policymakers, peers, and technology leaders who are shaping the sector's transformation and contribute to the dialogue on how digital and AI technologies can enable the next generation of ports and shipping. With those words, could I request Joint Secretary, Ports, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, Shri R. Lakshmanan, to kindly take his seat on the dais. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Lakshmanan sir. I will now request Shri S. Vishwanathan, Deputy Chairman, the Chennai Port, to kindly take his seat on the dais. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And could I now invite Shri Vineet Vijayavargya, Head India Transport and Infra, BCG. Welcome to you. I will request Shri R. Lakshmanan, Joint Secretary, Ports, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, for the keynote address on Digital Twin Blueprint for India Ports. Shri R. Lakshmanan.
Namaskar. Good morning and a warm welcome to everyone. I think we are on day 4 of India Maritime Week, and it's been a pleasure. We have been interacting with all of you on different occasions, one-on-one and otherwise in different forums. Especially like for today's event, I think Ministry and Cochin Port and Chennai Port and BCG. So they've been working together in putting today's day's program together and bringing all of you here. So would like to thank them, thank the team for putting together today's event. And if we look at the conversations over the last 3 days, 4 days, I think probably couple of themes are clearly coming out, and they are probably the top areas where investment is happening or companies are spending money. One is, I think undoubtedly it's the sustainability, green transition, which all of us are going through. So that's probably one top area which is happening. And number 2 is the digital transformation. So I think these two are probably the two most important transitions which is happening in every organization and cutting across sectors, and maritime is no exception. And today, like as a part of the forum, we also have come up with a framework which is being released today. So it's a digital twin framework for the Indian ports. We are starting with the major ports, and probably the idea is to cover all the ports so that we have a common data architecture, so that the systems can talk to each other easily, and there is a national framework. So the idea is, move towards one. So guided by this vision, so today I think we are happy to present the Digi Bandar, which is the digital twin blueprint for Indian ports, a reference framework for building the next generation of data-driven, AI-enabled port ecosystem. So over the past decade, in the Indian port sector and maritime sector, I think there's a lot of progress that has happened on the digitalization front. From the port community system to the national logistics portal Marine to e-delivery orders, gate automation, smart payments, etc. So they have built a very strong digital foundation. The next logical step is to connect these systems into a single intelligent layer, a digital twin, that brings together all data in real time for faster, smarter and predictive decision making. The Digi Bandar blueprint is anchored on 3 guiding principles that drive measurable transformation across Indian ports. First, a focus on use cases that unlock real operational and economic outcomes, ensuring technology investments translate into tangible efficiency, safety and sustainability gains. Second, the creation of one live view, an integrated digital environment that provides real-time situational awareness across waterside, landside and logistic operations, enabling faster and more informed decisions. Third, the adoption of a common data language, ensuring interoperability between systems, stakeholders and platforms, from port authorities to shipping lines, terminals and logistic providers, so that every player operates on a shared, trusted source of truth. These principles are powered by 3 enablers that form the foundation of a connected and intelligent maritime ecosystem. A scalable and secure technology backbone ensures that the digital twins, IoT systems and AI applications operate seamlessly and securely across ports. Data-enabled and predictive ways of working allow for proactive planning, anticipating disruptions, optimizing asset utilization, and driving continuous improvement. And finally, a strong emphasis on capacity building and ecosystem collaboration, which fosters co-creation between government, industry, and academia, ensuring that India's maritime workforce and innovation ecosystem are equipped to sustain this digital transformation at scale. The value of this transformation is immense. A connected, intelligent port system means ships spend less waiting time and more time sailing, with better berth planning, just-in-time arrivals, and smart resource allocation. It means ports operate more sustainably, reducing fuel use and extending the life of critical equipments. Through predictive maintenance. It means faster cargo movement with real-time coordination that eases congestion and improve fleet efficiency. Building on these digital foundations, ports across India are now piloting advanced AI-led use cases. For instance, at Jawaharlal Nehru Port, just-in-time vessel arrival system is being developed to accurately predict vessel arrivals and departures. At New Mangalore Port, they are introducing indigenous portable pilot units to enable pilots with real-time trajectory tracking and safer vessel navigation. So these are some examples. So with that, I would like to invite all to join us for the unveiling of the digital twin blueprint for the Indian ports. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshmanan sir, for your insightful address. And now we will move to the unveiling of the white paper, presenting Digi Bandar, a digital twin blueprint for Indian ports, a white paper that outlines India's blueprint for building smart, productive and sustainable ports. From lighthouse deployment to national scale, it highlights how predictive planning, real-time situational awareness and digital twin-enabled simulations will reshape India's port operations, thus enabling a more efficient, connected and future-ready maritime ecosystem. I will request all on stage to kindly step ahead and come together for the unveiling of the white paper. Could I request Mr. Dhruv Lal, Managing Director and Partner, BCG, to join the dignitaries on the dais? Mr. Dhruv Lal. Let us put our hands together for the unveiling of this white paper. And one group picture which will stay with us for times to come. Thank you so very much. We continue with the session. I will request Shri Vineet Vijayvargiya, Head India Transport and Infra, BCG, for his address.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome you all to a forum that is building on a topic that is very, very prevalent in our day and lives today. Digitalization has become an extremely integral part of transport infrastructure. You pick up any transport infrastructure or real estate, digital today has permeated and is beginning to define the way assets are operated, assets are maintained, and how assets need to be designed in the future basis the performance that has happened in the past. We've always known, and I think we all agree and we understand that data will change the way we operate, but once it starts seeping into day-to-day operations and becomes a way of life, that is when transformation has truly begun and is shaping the way forward. What, as part of the DigiBandar framework that we were working on, one of the most important things, when the team started working with JNPA team, Chennai Port team, Cochin Port team, New Mangalore Port team, we realized that in order to accelerate the next wave of efficiency, we will require a step change that will be driven a lot by integration and standardization. Indian ports and Indian maritime landscape today has already made steady strides in the world of digitalization. Joint Secretary mentioned a lot of efforts that ministry and the sector have already taken in this regard. But as part of our work, what we are saying and we analyzed is that how do we bring these various pieces together? How do we integrate them? And how do we standardize, as part of standardization of processes, come up with a way of working that is analytics and AI driven? A lot of the analytics that were not possible a couple of years ago because of lack of compute power or just the fact that the tools were not available have now become a reality. AI is transforming, we are all aware, AI is transforming operations at a very, very rapid scale across industries and even more so in the ports and maritime landscape. As part of the DigiBandar framework, one of the most important things that we started working on very early is to have a very clear business use case for setting up a digital twin or a DigiBandar framework for the country. Tech for technology's sake is never going to be useful. It will never yield the results that we envisage. We have identified 15 use cases as part of waterside, terminal, city side, and aspects related to safety and sustainability of our port ecosystem. These use cases span across planning. Whenever a vessel is berthing, all the planning that is happening live and the planning that happens a week before, a month before? How do you allocate your resources? Whether it is pilots, tugs, how do you ensure that the resources are deployed at the right time on the right vessel and are providing the service that is envisaged of them? How do you do, for instance, dredging in a very, very scientific manner based on data? And how do you bring all of this together as part of a dynamic monitoring ecosystem? When we were at the ports, we were seeing data live, and what we saw is that situational awareness and how you bring all the data points together, that single act of bringing all the data points together and doing analytics on it itself can actually transform the way the operators are operating the berths, the authorities are managing city-side and water-side operations in a seamless manner. As I mentioned earlier, technology for technology's sake is never going to be useful. A big part of the DigiBandar framework is linked to KPIs. We looked at all the global ports, the best-in-class ports, on what kind of KPIs are being used for tracking purposes and how are they using these KPIs on a day-on-day basis to improve their operations further. And what we have identified that as part of those 15 use cases that I mentioned to you earlier, we have linked those use cases to very specific KPIs. Business KPIs that actually impact either the operational efficiency or the P&L and the profits of a port. Most of the KPIs are not going to surprise you that are on the page right now. They are self-intuitive. But what becomes very, very interesting is when you combine these KPIs and data sources across different source points, a lot of the trend analytics, a lot of the machine learning begins to kick in. To give you a simple example, and this is a pilot also, I'll talk about it later, but to give you a simple example, by analyzing the time a specific vessel type takes for loading and unloading at a berth, and if you start analyzing that data over 6 months, the machine can start predicting very, very accurately that under different conditions and different vessel types, how long will it take to actually load, unload, and can that data be used actually to start guiding the incoming vessels from a just-in-time perspective. It's a real proof of concept that we have worked on, and I'm going to share more details about it later. But the intent is that everything that technology does or is being used for is going to be linked to very, very specific business KPIs to bring about impact on the ground. Let me take you through, as part of this work, we did not want it to be a theoretical exercise and just a bunch of frameworks. We worked with port teams, and we are very, very grateful to the JNPA port team for extending their unflinching support towards the India Maritime Week and towards this proof of concept. As part of this proof of concept, we wanted to create a real-time situational awareness as the vessel was on its journey and approaching the port authority. And the intent was that by analyzing the berth situation and how long will it take for the existing vessel at the berth to vacate it, can we provide real-time inputs to an incoming vessel to ensure that they reach just in time and they don't have to reach early and stay at anchorage. This will have multiple benefits. A lot of times vessels are chugging full steam ahead onto a port only to come and wait at anchorage. By creating this visibility and clear and transparent communication, we can actually guide vessels much more precisely. It can reduce wait time at anchorage. It can also reduce fuel burn and contribute to sustainability efforts. The teams have been working very closely to look at data from the past 6 months, and now we are going even longer, so that the system itself can learn and start predicting what should be the communication alert to be provided, and how should all the stakeholders come to ensure that we can, in the future, enable just-in-time operations. The second proof of concept we did was at New Mangalore Port, and we have been working, and again a big thank you to the team there for working with us, for working tirelessly to ensure that this proof of concept becomes a reality. Navigation support to the vessel from a pilot perspective is not something new, but with data, remote pilotage will become a reality sooner than we imagine, where a pilot need not board a vessel, but can guide a vessel while being on landside through the use of camera technology, satellite technology, and other positional technology. As step one of that vision of remote pilotage, we have been doing proof of concepts with smart portable pilot units, which provide inputs to the pilot on board. It's a tab that has data and provides inputs to pilots who take it on board in order to be able to guide the vessel more effectively in the channel, in order to ensure that it can be done in a much more efficient manner. This is one of the many steps that need to be taken to ensure and to work towards a remote pilotage in the future. These two use cases are just the tip of the iceberg. As I mentioned to you earlier, we have identified 15 use cases which we believe are priority use cases, but the number of use cases that exist are immense. If you, at last count, the team had put together 55 to 60 use cases, and each port can actually build on that further and further to create use cases as per their own context. In order to make any of these use cases a reality, a very, very structured approach towards integration of the digital source systems is required. And as part of the DigiBandar framework, what we are proposing is a 5-layered architecture which brings together all the pieces together in order to be able to achieve the end objectives. Very simply put, if you look at the bottommost part, you have the raw data source systems. All port ecosystems today have this layer where a lot of data is being collected. These get routed, of course, through APIs and gateways into a very, very sophisticated data aggregation layer. And these data models and data aggregation layers is where the magic begins to happen. When all the data is put together, you can then have advanced AI and ML engines crunching that data day in and day out, and coming up with patterns that can improve operational efficiency, patterns that can be used by operators for decision support and for much more strategic decision making. Because the data is being aggregated, you also start realizing real-time monitoring. And it's easier said than done. A lot of data gets collected, but at times in silos. How do you bring all of this data together into a single pane, into a single source of truth to make it a reality, enables real-time situational awareness? And this, when visualized, actually results in a true digital twin. And this twin, once it has accumulated enough data over a period of time, will be able to create a replica of port operations in the digital realm, enabling decision makers to run simulations, to run planning exercises, and to optimize on a day in and day out basis. The benefits of digital twin are multifold. You can have a scenario where you can actually sweat the asset more, you can make the operations more safe and secure, and you can give so many benefits to stakeholders from just-in-time operations that it brings a wave of efficiency throughout the entire supply chain. I now request, I would request all of you to please go through the Digi Bandar framework, and we believe that this is the first step in actually taking the Indian ports ecosystem even further. Thank you.
So thank you, Vineet, for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. And now we move to the highlight of this special session, and this is the MOU exchange. But prior to that, could I request the Deputy Chairman of Chennai Port and the Managing Director of Maritime India Foundation, SHRI S. Vishwanathan, to kindly address us on the Sagarmala Startup Innovative Initiative, and then to take charge of the MOU segment as well. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. On the dais, we have Sri Kashi Vishwanathan, Chairman of Cochin Port Authority, Sri Vineet Vijayavargiya, Managing Director and Partner of BCG, all the important delegates, port chairpersons present among you, the technology leaders, faculty from IIT Madras, IIT Bombay, IIT Kharagpur, young innovators. It's really a privilege to speak here at this Digital Tech Forum. And I'm very happy to see the launch of Digi Bandar just preceding my deliberations. In fact, if you look at a typical day for a Chennai port or any other port, once we get to know an ETA, automatically the pilots are getting updated. We can know that the custom broker is checking the queue, the terminal planner is adjusting his Google Sheet, the container manifest is getting ready, Form 13s, various other coordinations. And behind this kind of exim trade that is happening, there is a lot of efficiency and inefficiency. There are a lot of good things that is happening. There are a lot of areas where we find that improvements can always be there. It's a massive world. Ports for innovation, we were not open too much, but that is a thing of the past. Recently, a lot of initiative has happened. And I will take you through a story as to how this Maritime India Foundation and this Sagarmala Startup Initiative in the last 6 months has transformed this innovation ecosystem. And with the days to come, how we will be progressing further along with the ports, along with the other organizations like DG Shipping, Cochin Shipyard and other various maritime organizations, and how this can be scaled up to bring in much more simple and effective solutions. What has not happened is not because of that there is not talent or efficiency. It's because this sector is like that. We are a multi-stakeholder ecosystem like customs, terminal operators, shipping lines, stevedores, freight forwarders, truckers, CFS, railways, surveyors, funding institutions. So a complex web of supply chain elements working together to provide a seamless kind of solution. So there is always an element of improvement. What we were right now progressing was with, I would say, a reactive kind of a mechanism. Most of the systems are in place. However, there is a lot of reaction to every situation. Once the data is placed before you, you react to that data. Data are available in plenty in the maritime ecosystem. But how the data can be converted to actionable points is one area where we will have to go a long way ahead. Now with this DigiBandar and this digital twin, what we are discussing about, from reactive we will be moving ahead towards predictive data points. So we will be able to, instead of that estimated arrival time of a vessel will get tweaked once in 6 hours. As I was going through the document, once it gets tweaked once in 6 hours. So once in 6 hours, once it gets tweaked, your entire system will align itself to the entire paradigm of this supply chain management. As I can tell you, Chennai port handles almost only for the truck movement, if I to call it, 6,500 trucks per day we handle it. That's being a city port and being in the heart of the city, we are finding that this entire movement is congesting the city. So connectivity is one area where we are strongly looking at, and where this predictive analysis will be able to tell the ship is going to arrive at this time. The Form 13s will be issued in 5,000 numbers 4 days in advance. How the truckers has to plan their entry inside, how that once the truck has come inside, how they will be able to ensure a proper talking with the terminal operating system and then taking the cargo and ensuring it reaches the destination. Earlier we have found that we had many issues. First is the access to live environments. For example, the maritime sector not being exposed to an innovative system. Second, the capital requirement is not like a digital capital requirement. In digitech or fintech, what recently we have seen a lot of changes. Action is happening on areas where the fund requirement is very low, or the lower capital requirements, whereas maritime sector will be requiring a higher capital requirements. We are not talking about only IT and digitization and dashboards. We are talking about pure engineering, and how that engineering combined with digital tech can actually change the paradigm of the entire focus in the maritime sector. And I also would like to mention about the procurement frictions, that for any startups or for any innovations, getting into the procurement patterns will be the biggest challenge, which I just was speaking to the Joint Secretary before this. I was telling him that we will have to bring in a policy, we will have to bring in a system as to how these innovators can come into our ports and how their products can be procured by our ports. With current procurement policy doesn't show flexibility for that. So we will have to do a big policy framework in this regard. And so that's the basis with which we have started this Sagarmala innovation initiatives. It is looking at 4 fundamental principles. One is on institutional upliftment. We want our IITs and our IMU to be strengthened. Some R&D work to happen over there in the maritime sector particularly. So that is one pillar of our Sagarmala Startup Innovation Initiative. Second is on scholarship. Bright young minds needs to be supported. That's our second point. Startup funding. Today we are signing almost close to 36 MOUs with various startups. That is a result of what last 6 months we have worked together with IITs and IMUs, and what has been resulted. Research and development. So for this S2I2 framework, we have ensured that Maritime India Foundation, for which I am heading it, we work closely with the ministry, we work closely with the ports and other allied organizations, we work closely with the innovators. And this connecting role is what is actually making this Maritime India Foundation come into reality. And the IITs and IMUs will play a bigger role as maritime innovation hubs. They take the role of mentoring, and with that mentoring they will be able to get hold with the ports and then try to identify that the solutions that they are bringing in can validate technology and guide pilot deployment. In fact, 2 projects which was discussed, I would like to, one was on the JNPA digital twin, second was on the New Mangalore guided pilot points. The first one, in Chennai port also we have recently started NTCP WC, under Professor Murli and Dr. Raju. They have started placing sensors, and the digital twin model inside the Chennai port has started developing. I invite you to visit Maritime India Foundation stall in Hall 1, where you will be able to see how the data is getting populated, how that digital twin is getting created. And once the digital twin is getting created, like all the good examples which Vinith was mentioning about, the benefits of having a digital twin will become a reality. Second is on the guided pilot project. We always feel that for the pilots, it's not an easy task to board the vessel. Imagine that in the high seas, almost a kilometer outside the port, with the pilot boarding vessel, the pilot gets in, and in that high tide area, or in the area where there are waves, he has to board the vessel and then guide it inside. Highest attrition of people in the ports are in the pilot area. To get hold of a pilot to work within the port system is really tough. Last 6 months before Chennai Port Board Authority, we had doubled the salary to ensure that they are not, attrition doesn't happen. They stay with us. But still I am having vacancies. I don't have people to fill in. So when there is a problem, there is a possibility that remote guided pilot operation system. It's basically video optics, video analytics, and along with the video analytics, you will have to understand how the bed is placed, and based on the bed placement, based on the draft placement, it has to be proper guided. Thereby, you are eliminating the contact between a manual to a more automated and controlled environment. So these two projects are really important, and like this, all the ports and other organizations are given 51 problem statements, and those 51 problem statements have worked as a marathon event under the guidance of ministry, and at IIT Madras on 16th and 17th, a team of professors, team of port officers, a team of industry experts identified a good number of startups who have proved their caliber. So they will be working on proof of concept areas, they will be working on minimum viable product areas, they will be working on commercialization. I invite the industry. These are only what has started. It's really the sea, the area is vast, and you have a large area to go. I invite all the maritime ecosystem and maritime stakeholders to participate in this. Your problem statement is our problem statements. Your solution becomes tomorrow's global needs. We are not solving for Indian ports. Let me make it clear. We are not solving for Indian ports. We are providing it to the larger global maritime system. And with this, I encourage all of you to participate wholeheartedly. In fact, while I was reading about digital twin, I was referring to this digital twin was initiated somewhere during the 1970s when NASA was trying to find a problem-solving replica inside the Earth when some problem happens in the space. So that's what is happening inside the port. We are now creating a digital replica where we can test it, we can identify it, and the problems can be brought. I thank all of you present here. I congratulate you for being selected for the innovations. I encourage that this will definitely change and be a path breaking for the entire maritime system. Thank you, one and all.
Now we invite the selected startups to come on the stage for the MOU exchange, please. First, we have Rekise Marine. The MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Kharagpur Maritime Innovation Hub, and Rekise Marine for deploying an autonomous surface vessel for automated water depth monitoring at Jawaharlal Nehru Port. I request the representative of Rekise Marine to come forward for the MOU exchange, please. I request all the participants to give a good round of applause. Next, the representative from RAF Technology Labs and Services. I request them to come on stage for the MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Kharagpur Maritime Innovation Hub and RAF Technology Labs and Services for delivering robotic hull hole cleaning for safer, driver-free, faster maintenance at the Shipping Corporation of India. Next, I request the representative for Fuselage Innovation Private Limited to come on the dais for the MOU exchange, please. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Kharagpur Maritime Innovation Hub and Fuselage Innovation for Climate Resilient Adaptive Port Infrastructure at Visakhapatnam Port Authority. A big round of applause, please. Now I request the representative from Elixir Ecobiotic Private Limited to come forward for the MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, India Maritime University and Elixir Ecobiotic for a port-wide plastic-to-product circular economy platform at Visakhapatnam Port Authority. A big round of applause, please. I now request the representative from iROV Technology Private Limited to come forward for the MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, India Maritime University and iROV Technologies for environmental monitoring and pollution mapping using robotics and sensor at Visakhapatnam Port Authority. A big round of applause, please. Next, I request the representative from Maritime Info Labs, the Ocean AI, to come forward for the MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Bombay Maritime Innovation Hub and Maritime Info Labs for AI-driven voyage chartering automation and email intelligence at Mumbai Port. A big round of applause, please. Now I request the representative from Volar Alta Private Limited to come forward for the MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Bombay Maritime Innovation Hub and Volar Alta for zero-entry cargo tank inspections using drones with visual thermal UT workflow at the Shipping Corporation of India, Chennai. A big round of applause, please. Now I request the representative from Blurks AI to come forward for MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Bombay Maritime Innovation Hub and Blurks AI for a dynamic berth allocation system using AI at Mumbai Port. A big round of applause, please. Next, I request the representative from CI4 TSC Technologies Private Limited to come forward for the MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Bombay Maritime Innovation Hub and CI4 Technologies for a low-cost drone detection and neutralization system at Marmagua Port. A big round of applause, please. Next, I request the representative from iROV Technologies Private Limited to come forward for the MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIM Madras Maritime Innovation Hub and iROV Technologies for structural health monitoring of marine assets using ROVs and USVs and AI at Chennai Port. Next, I request the representative from Vikra Ocean Tech Private Limited to come forward for the MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Madras Maritime Innovation Hub and Vikra Ocean Tech for intelligence situation analysis and real-time dredging optimization at Cochin Port. A big round of applause, please. Next, I request the representative from Park Mont IT and Infra Private Limited to come forward for the MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Madras Maritime Innovation Hub, and Park Mont IT and Infra for trailer movement and gate congestion management at Chennai Port Authority. A big round of applause, please. Next, I request the representative from Motor All to come forward for the MOU exchange. The MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Madras Maritime Innovation Hub, and Motor All for a sustainable bulk cargo transport network at Kamarajar Port Limited. A big round of applause, please. Now I request the representative from Vacus Tech Private Limited to come forward for MOU exchange. This MOU brings together Maritime India Foundation, IIT Madras Maritime Innovation Hub, and Vacus Tech for a GPS signal loss and range variation alert system under DGLL. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir, for all the MOU exchange. We now invite the startup under the proof of concept stage attending the India Maritime Week 2025 event to please come on the dais to have a photograph with the dignitaries. Representative from Navi Rego Tech Private Limited, Homofer Private Limited, Niti Sara, Volar Altes Private Limited, Fossis VX Marine Private Limited, DigiShip Marine Solution Private Limited, Hyperpower Green Energy Technologies, Holog Technologies Private Limited, AI Transmute Solutions Private Limited, and Synoris Info System Private Limited. Congratulations to all startups who are embarking an exciting journey in the transformation of the maritime sector. Thank you so much.
So many congratulations on the exchange of these remarkably significant MOUs. Yes, a resounding of claps on this occasion. And as we move towards the end of this segment, could I request the chairman of the Cochin Port Authority, Shri B. Kashi Vishwanathan, for the closing remarks.
Sri Vishwanathan, Deputy Chairman, Chennai Port, and the collaborator of all the innovative solutions that has taken place in the innovative startup ecosystem developed under the leadership of Mr. Vishwanathan. Mr. Vineet, industry leaders, technology leaders, my dear friends, it gives me immense pleasure to be amongst you at this juncture of closing this first session of digitalization and AI. Enough has been already told and extraordinarily elaborated by Mr. Vinod on how the entire digitalization and AI is going to transform the entire port sector in the years and decades to come. Having involved in a bit of digitalization in the port system, as well as in my past assignment in Indian Railways, one of the most important things which I always believe is involvement. We may bring any solution, we may bring any technology, but unless the people are involved, in the process, then the product may not be reliable. So with this basic context, I always believe we should create capacity in the people who are going to involve in the digitalization and AI process. All of us, many of us may be engineers. We have learned in our college period the 5 M's: man, the founder, the basic, the core of any system, the machine, the material and method and machineries. If all of them are integrated in a digital platform, on top of it integrate with AI, then sky is the limit for our digital and digitalization and AI and making our port a smart port. During the process of digitalization, what I understand is having the complete understanding of the process in all these 5 M's. There are processes, there are SOPs, there are systems, there are laid out procedures. If we are able to understand clearly and then develop the digitalization process, on top of it incorporate AI, then I am sure we are in for a big success in the port operation. With this, I am very confident that today's discussions on digitalization and AI is going to give sharp insights and practical pathways for us to show how digital and AI can reshape our maritime sector. I welcome each one of you once again to participate actively with involved approach. Then sky is the limit for our takeaway. Wish you all the best for the remaining 3 panel discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for wrapping up this session. Could I request you to join us in the audience as we dive straight away into the panel discussion. Requesting all audience members to remain seated. We are not breaking. We directly get into the first panel discussion. This is Digital and AI in Maritime, from Hype to Hard Value. The panelists are Shri Unmesh Sharadwag, Chairman, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority; Mr. Martin Ditson, Director, Digital Port of Rotterdam; Mr. Somdatta, Group Vice President, Data Sciences, DP World; and this panel will be moderated by Mr. David Parlong, Global Head, Ports and Shipping, Boston Consulting Group. So, ladies and gentlemen, the head table is set for the panel discussion. Could I start inviting our panelists? Shri Unmesh Sharadwag, I will also introduce them quickly as they get on stage. So, Unmesh ji is the chairman of the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, that is the JNPA, India's largest container major port. He has served in leadership roles with over 2 decades of experience across Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Coal, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, Government of India, driving agendas such as trade facilitation, logistics efficiency and infrastructure development. There he is. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Shri Unmesh Sharadwag, Chairman, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. And then we have Mr. Martin Ditson, who leads the digital strategy and global partnerships at the Port of Rotterdam Authority, driving innovation through data, AI and global digital collaboration. With over 20 years in digital transformation and marketing, he strengthens Rotterdam's position as a leading smart connected port through digital corridors and partnerships worldwide. Welcome to you, Mr. Ditson. Could I request Mr. Somdatta to kindly take his seat. Mr. Somdatta leads AI at DP World. He thrives on bringing the power of AI and data science to transform businesses across various sectors, and currently leveraging agentic LLM workflows to streamline operations across the company's core business units, bringing a robust knowledge of ML algorithms analytical and statistical techniques, big data and deep learning to his roles. Welcome, Mr. Datta. And the moderator of this session, Mr. David Parlong, Managing Director and Partner, leading ports and shipping at BCG globally, advising some of the world's largest port authorities, terminal operators and infrastructure investors on unlocking hard value from data and AI. His thought leadership at BCG shapes how the maritime sector benchmarks and scales digital maturity, bridging strategy with real-world performance outcomes. Before handing over charge to the moderator, could I request all our delegates to kindly settle down? I'm trying to bring this house to order. Yes, thank you for your cooperation, and over to Mr. Parlong.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this introduction. Very pleased to be with you today and with these three honorable guests. We have discussed already during the first part of this meeting some important topics related to the digital twins blueprint and also the signature of many MOUs. I think that one of the critical questions that we will try to address now is how do we make of this innovation wide-scale reality for our industry? How do we move from proof of concept to real transformation? And how do we bring value at scale? Because as was mentioned before by my colleague Vinit, tech for tech, innovation for innovation is not what is pursued here. We are here to make world trade more efficient. We are here to make our industry a better service for the world economy and also a more profitable one. So that's what we will try to discuss with our colleagues today. As mentioned earlier, with the 5-layered framework involved in this journey to make it a reality and a wide-scale transformation are multiple factors: human factors, infrastructure, data availability, algorithm, as well as enablers such as communications, and of course all the human aspect of things, which is critical in this industry as in other ones. So that's a bit what we will discuss in the coming 30 to 45 minutes. Maybe one way to start is with you, Martin, and ask you how can ports build digital systems that are trusted, secure, compliant with global data standards? In our industry for millenniums now, reliance and resilience of the physical industry, of our physical industry structure has been key. How do we make sure that our digital system or digital processes are as secure and as resilient as our physical ones?
So that's a lot of questions in one question. So I think let me start with how can we ports. Our role in the world is trade, right? It's facilitating trade, the flow of goods. And we have local port ecosystems, and trade is hundreds of years old, and we needed somebody next to me that I can give my goods, but also a paper, so he could translate to the next one, which I don't understand. And that's how trade came along, with paper and based on intransparency and the lack of trust. And now all of a sudden we are this digital transformation, and data's everywhere. So how do we make sure that we're connected, but still make sure that our local ecosystem flourishes? So it's about a nodal structure. Right, so ports are going to be a connected nodal system, and it's no longer linear. Traditional supply chains have been linear, from the shipper all the way to the receiver, step by step in a linear process. In this digital day and age, everything's connected real time, ultimately. So how do we make sure that that connection is going? And I think so we can, and we need some kind of standardization on that. We don't need all the data from all the ports and all the ecosystem at once. All data on one open API, feed it into an AI, and magically we have a seamless supply chain. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So if we want to have innovation, we need to create scale for innovation. The market it's a big market, but it's very fragmented, and the addressable market for startups is very small. So as port ecosystem, I believe we have to provide a data set, a minimal data set that needs to be shared, on which we can layer the trade, and on which our own ecosystem can develop their first. Yeah, if we talk AIs, Port of Rotterdam is very different than a DP World port than an Indian port. So there's not going to be one AI fixing it all. We need to be able to exchange data and have a local solution in place for our own ecosystem to optimize.
Thank you very much for this insight. Let me now move to you, Mr. Vag, as chairman of JNPA, the largest port in India. Particularly interested in understanding how can stakeholders make data part of their every decision making and frontline routines in their day-to-day life, where improvements are tracked, learned from, and scaled. How to make that a reality in their daily life?
Thank you. Good morning, all of you. What you talked about the data, the most important aspect of a stakeholder is the visibility of his assets. What happened, a exporter or an importer, if he doesn't have the visibility of his asset, where his container is, that creates a lot of issue. That not only create issue for his planning, but that uncertainty adds cost. And let me give you an example. For example, any exporter from Pune, which is just 100 kilometers from my port, and if his container he is not able to track, then he forced to send his container a week before when he should have sent it some hours before. So how to mitigate this particular aspect? Then we have to think about the visibility of his container every half an hour, so that he exactly knows how much time will be required to reach at the container terminal, so that accordingly he can plan and he can reduce that particular cost. Another aspect is he should understand the processes involved in EXIM trade. There are also a lot of uncertainties involved, because that particular gentleman doesn't know what are the processes involved and how much cost involved in those processes. So that data is also available to him freely, so that he will understand that processes and also understand why so much cost is involved in that particular aspect. And then third aspect, he should understand how these costs are calculated. For that also he requires a data. Let me tell you one example. All the containers which are factory stuffed and sealed at the factory doesn't need any process at the port. Only 5% of container are selected by the custom for the checking. Rest get automatic clearance. 5-6 years back in JNPA, all these containers used to move to the CFS, and they used to pay more than 10,000 per container. When we analyze this process and analyze the service given by the CFS, we found out that they should not charge more than 150 rupees for it, when they are charging more than 10,000 rupees. So we created parking plaza and reduced that cost from 10,000 plus to 150 rupees and passed on it to the EXIM trade. It is possible because we made this data of calculation of cost and provision of service available to not only the stakeholders but to the port operators also. That's JNPA. So this should also be made very available to the EXIM trade, so that they can then go for this understanding of processes and understanding of time taken for the processes. The third aspect, which is equally important, that whatever this data is available, it should be available in open forum, and because of that, new players can come in, just like in Vision X, which come to JNPA. From open sources, they developed a software where there will be a visibility of vessels,
there will be visibility of cargo, and there will be a visibility of arrival and departure of cargo. So all this is possible because that data is available freely to all the stakeholders, and that made not only processes easy, that also made processes simpler and cost effective.
Thank you very much for this this example. Maybe let's come back to you, Martin, for a minute. You mentioned before that having a giant data layer connecting everything and an AI solving every problem is kind of a dream, and that there are problems that are specific to each port. That's for sure. At the same time, I think one of the challenge for a lot of port company, but also for startups, is how to move from pilot to something which is widespread. So how do you reconcile this fact that you have specificities a bit everywhere, that no two ports are the same, no two regulations are the same, sometimes the data format are not the same, but at the same time, at least on the container side, the heart of the industry has been based on standardization, and that's what makes the container world work. So how do you reconcile these specificities with the need to scale up this proof of concept POCs into something that could be as widespread as our 20-footer and 40-footer are today?
I think it's a good question, and I think the example was just mentioned, right? With Umesh explaining the data is available, and in our Indian ecosystem, this is what we can do with the data to optimize the cost, to optimize the supply chain. But those data elements are not needed for the same container if it travels all the way into Germany via Rotterdam. So there is a minimal data set that needs to be available. Yeah, and 80-20 applies here. So with 20% of the data elements on events data, you can fix sort of 80% of the issues. So what I think we're doing, and we're doing that together with MPA, with LA, with other ports, with Europa, with Tangemet, is defining that minimal data set based on IMO standards. IMO Companion is very clear on what the data format should be. We put it in a harmonized API, and the less data, the better, right? Because we need to govern the data set and we need to govern the API. Because otherwise you'll end up with hundreds of APIs, with hundreds of data sets, with do not match. So there's a minimal data set on ETAs. So for example, if you allow me an example, if you come to Rotterdam with your vessel, and I'm going to the vessel side, not the trade side now. If you come to Rotterdam, until a month, no, what is it? A little over a year ago, we had 16 ETAs for a vessel, right? And which one do you pick? Everyone picks the one that suits for his process. So my colleague here from DP World, he has a terminal participation in Rotterdam. They pick their arrival terminal because that's what they're planning on. But the tugs pick arrival pilot boarding place because that's where the process begins. So we need to agree globally that arrival ETA in Rotterdam for a vessel is ETA pilot boarding place. Then we all know, and the vessel communicates that directly to the Rotterdam ecosystem, and that's where it starts. And then the Rotterdam ecosystem takes that data element and they know, they can put AI to it, hey, on average it takes 2 hours to reach the DP World terminal. So that means another 5 hours later the container is offloaded. That data element is interesting for the shipper in India because, hey, my container is offloaded. So that's a data element that needs to be shared in the format back to India. So here you can do your optimization, right? So we need to agree on a very minimal data set, and so for the vessel side, it's 2 operational data elements, it's 50 administrative, and it's 4 nautical. So does the vessel fit at the berth? That's what we need to start to sharing with in one formalized API. That triggers a huge amount of data in Rotterdam and in India and in other DP World ports where they can build their own ecosystem, where they can optimize based on the data element. So we need to go back.
Okay, so that's the standardization of this minimal data that will then enable the scaling of this POC based on that. Okay.
And let's not invent new standards. Let's use what's out there. IMO Companion, IHO, International Hydrographic Organization, ICC for the digital trade part. 20% of data elements populate 80% of documents. Don't think documents, think data elements. If you have the data, you can pick whatever document you want.
Okay, very interesting, thank you. Mr. Dutta, so a question for you, how can AI speed up terminal operations. Would be keen to hear some examples on how at DPW you explore the use of advanced AI to optimize all aspects of terminal operations, from yard management to berth planning, etc.
Thank you so much, David, for the question, and really interesting comments, I think, from my colleagues here, from Umesh, on the container visibility, such a critical thing, right? People really, really want to know where their containers are, and it's a full data ecosystem you need to support that understanding. And of course, data exchange is such a huge thing, and I think something we're just touching on right now, because interoperability and exchange, very sensitive issue, right? Because it's data, it has to be governed, you have to worry about privacy, security, all of those things. So it's a really interesting point. I'll focus on a slightly different thing, which is how do you essentially improve throughput and efficiency in ports? Because it's something we've done some interesting work on. We're in the process of deploying it, and it's an area where there's enormous opportunity, because ports are incredibly complex places with a lot of moving parts, and this complexity has to be managed. And currently, the way this complexity is managed is by a piece of software that runs the terminal called a TOS, or a terminal operating system. And the terminal operating system is essentially what manages every aspect of the port. Which ship is going to dock in which berth, and then which key crane is going to pick up containers, put it on a truck, move it to the yard. Where in the yard should the container go? Where should the container be discharged? When the container's got to be loaded back onto a ship, how does that happen? What time is it going to happen? What piece of equipment is going to carry out that move? So TOSs have been managing the movements and the internal workings of ports for decades, and they've done a really, really good job of it. Today, we have an opportunity to go beyond. We have an opportunity to use really advanced AI to supercharge a TOS, essentially, and make it much more powerful. Because at the end of the day, right now, the way the TOS works is it's based on a bunch of heuristics or rules, which are our intuition about what should happen when, right? And the interesting thing about AI, and some very advanced techniques in AI, particularly one called deep reinforcement learning, which my team has been using extensively, is the ability to manage this entire process and optimize it far more effectively. So deep reinforcement learning is essentially where you play out millions of simulations, and it's like playing a bunch of what-if games and saying, okay, if this scenario plays out, then what's the outcome? And if this scenario plays out, what's the outcome? So, for example, if you decide that one potential thing which is impacting the throughput or efficiency of your port is unproductive moves, right? You have containers in a stack, you want to pick up a container, but there are 4 containers above it. So then you have to reshuffle them. You have to move them aside. And that's a completely useless move. We call it an unproductive move. And obviously, it's inefficient in terms of time, but it's also inefficient in terms of carbon. Right? It's it's environmentally not friendly at all. So if you can significantly reduce reshuffles, for example, just one metric, right, using AI, then you're impacting overall throughput and efficiency, and you're augmenting the capacity of your terminal. You're moving 100 containers a day right now, and now suddenly you can start moving 110 containers a day, right? And that's very good for the ecosystem. It makes it a more intelligent, smarter, faster ecosystem. So that's what we've been building out, and in the process of deploying it, and we've achieved some very interesting and early successes with it, and we think it's going to have a very significant impact on the overall throughput, efficiency, and capacity of terminals worldwide. So something we're very excited about. David.
Thank you very much for this example. Another topic on which I would like to ask you a question is LLMs. LLMs is like the word of the day. How can it apply to our industry? Any use case you are thinking about implementing? I know that on the liner side, they are doing some document processing, bill of lading, exchange, etc. So how does it apply also on the port side of things?
No, it's a great question, and LLMs are everywhere, and everybody here has used ChatGPT. And one of the biggest bottlenecks, honestly, in ports is document processing. Right? And here's an area where LLMs can have enormous impact. Because if you really try and impose standardization and templates around documents, whether it is invoices or bill of ladings, as you said, or manifests or customs documents, right? If you try and impose standards across the world, it becomes really, really difficult. Nobody really, people have their own templates, their own formats, and they're not going to switch over to some common standard immediately or even in a year, right? Now, the good news is that LLMs, the latest models, are essentially visual reasoners. That means they're not just text models, they can also look at a picture and understand what's going on. And that picture could be, for example, a fairly complex invoice or manifest or bill of lading document, right? And if you are no longer fixated on format, if you don't care which field is where, address is over here, or bill of lading is over here, or container number is over here, if the LLM can handle all of that, because it's looking at the document the way a human would look at the document, right? If that is possible, then suddenly you have the ability to say, okay, now the LLM will do the processing of the document. It will read every field, understand it really well, and hook into an existing workflow where that data element might go into an ERP or any other system, right? And this has the potential to dramatically transform the speed of document processing at all our ports and terminals, right? And again, an area that we are leaning into very heavily in DP World and investing and making and trying to develop these systems so that we accelerate workflow across ports, and workflows around document processing are no longer a bottleneck to operations in ports.
Maybe last.
Can I comment?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm very happy that you say data element. Right, so it's the data element that needs to be shared, because then we get rid of the documents. We have a bit of a regulatory issue, right? So for example, in the Netherlands, we only just changed the law removing the word paper, because the word paper was in the law, so we needed a paper document to be exchanged. So we need to change the laws across the world. And then you come into the next thing. So then you get, okay, now the law is accepting a digital record, but what's a record? Is that still a format where it has, well, not a wet sign anymore, but whatever, a DocuSign, but it needs a format. So how are laws going to recognize a transmission of a data element as legally binding? Right, so there's sketches to this. And Emily TR's out there, so it's an evolving field, and things will happen. And I'm pretty sure if we're down here in the same room in 2 years' time, we'll have a completely separate discussion, because we don't know yet what the tech can do. But it's very important that we start thinking these data elements, and what data elements do need to be shared so that the AIs can do their thing. And there's some catches along the way. And that's to my point. I really want to prevent us all from, hey, we have the data and AI will fix it. It's these kind of things that will define how it's going to be.
I completely agree. The only thing I would add is that regulation traditionally always lags innovation. And
need to show what's possible, and then they will regulate.
Exactly. And right now we are on the cusp of a fairly accelerating timeline when it comes to AI capabilities. And so things will change dramatically, and I have no doubt regulation will catch up. And it needs to, of course.
Maybe last question from my side before we move to question from the public. When talking about this digital transformation or new use case, new uses within your companies, how do you manage the human aspect of things, i.e., how do you train people to use new tools? How do you train people to change their processes? How do you make them, let's say, happy about the new tools they are using and not afraid that it could replace them? Around these topics, historically, there has been a lot of challenge in our industry. Even if you think about basic automation, it has not been that easy, and it is still not in large part of the world. So how do you make it a success from the human transformation perspective, and not only from the tech and digital one? Mr. Vag, maybe.
This is a very interesting question. Actually, when we speak about the change, the most important element of it is the people involved in it. Though it seems difficult, but it is not as difficult we perceive it, because since last December, we are working on one nation, one port process. And this is a part of one of our most important exercise. And fortunately, I have got opportunity to work in this. So most of the time, all the changes come from top. That's why it is very difficult for the people to accept. And there are two reasons to it. One, they feel that without understanding, without involving them, you are taking decision and enforcing on them. That is one. And that is the most important reason. And second, genuinely they feel that they should be part of this process. So when we started this exercise, the first thing we did, we involved those people who are going to implement it and we called all the people, all the traffic manager, all the deputy conservator who are responsible for 95% of the port's document at JNPA, and we asked them, this is the way we are doing, these are the common points, and this could be the outcome, what they think. And after 2 hours, what emerged from them, first they said, thank you for involving us. The first reaction of them, and they candidly said, it is doable, but these are the issues. If you address these issues, it is doable. And I am very happy to say, because of their involvement, and then after that we had almost 3 times we met with them during the last 6 months. And now that document is ready. All Indian ports, the container and the bulk, they are okay with certain set of document. We almost reduced the documents by 50%. And as Martin said, 80% of the data is same, number of documents may be more. So we agreed to that. And it is not only the ports which are involved. It is other departments which are in the ports, like the PHO, Port Health, the immigration, the customs. Everybody agreed. Because what we did, we first accepted that yes, amongst the ports also there are number of documents are not common. So first the help of all our people, and then we told immigration department, then we told Port Health department that these are the documents are minimum required, you are taking more. We involved them also. Now the most important department is a custom which required more documents because they are involved in a sovereign function. So we convinced them also, they are also on board. So this not only solved the problem of Indian ports, but because of this simplification, we can move ahead and connected to UAE and 2 ports, Jebel Ali and AD ports, with a common platform of Maitri, that is a master application international trade regulatory interface. And this common platform is ready to be launched any day, so that all the documents which we will submit in India will be acceptable to UAE authorities and vice versa. So when we involve people who are actually implementing it, they get the sense of responsibility and also feeling that they are getting involved, and whole process become very easy. So though it seems difficult, but the answer is very easy, that involve them.
Thank you very much. Let's maybe take some questions from the public.
Hello, hi panel. This one is for Mr. Datta, and as I represent Maersk, and as a fellow enthusiast of AI, as we all know, 85% of all the POCs are dead in the garbage bin, right? And one of the biggest challenge which we have with our industry is we are adapters, we are not innovators in any space. So how do you see agentic AI solving this issue? Part 1 of the question. Number 2, how do you make sure that the POCs do not go into the garbage bin, but then are actually scaled in a way that it can be adapted to a larger platform?
Thank you. That's a really good question, and it touches upon this really valid point, which is so many POCs don't see the light of day. I'll just briefly talk about agentic AI. It's so new, and everybody is talking about, excited about it. The reason agentic AI is getting so much traction and so talked about is because it's essentially like having, say, an employee, for example, do work for you. Right? And there are feedback loops which ensure that the LLM does stuff and is constantly checking against the result it is supposed to attain. right? And so agentic flows require less human intervention compared to traditional flows. And so let me put it this way, the cost of experimentation is low. You can just launch it, go away, go and have lunch, do whatever you want, do other stuff, and come back, and the agent will have either done 80% of your work or maybe even more, right? And if it has failed, which it does occasionally, that's fine too. So we are seeing strong adoption of agentic AI because it's so easy to use, right? And that's, the moment you remove friction from any technology, obviously it will begin to see adoption. What's also going to happen is the models are going to get smarter and smarter, right? We are basically at the beginning of a very steep curve, which is just going to move really fast. So that's on the agentic AI part. Now, coming to the fact that 85% of these things don't work, of course, you're absolutely right. In DP world, for example, when we talked about advanced techniques like deep reinforcement learning to accelerate ports and throughput and efficiency, and you have a terminal planner on the ground who's been doing this for 20 years, it's reasonable to be skeptical in the beginning, right? That happens, right? The way you deal with that is you first demonstrate theoretical results, and then you sort of do something called shadow mode, where you say, okay, I'll hook into your live systems, but I won't actually touch the real yard or the real berth. I'll just show you in a digital twin, in a sort of 3D visualization. I'll show you what's happening. And you do this for a few weeks or maybe a few months, and you get their confidence, right? And after that, only when everybody's comfortable that, hey, this is working out the way it's meant to work out, that's when you go live and that's when you launch a POC. And we have seen this approach work pretty effectively because the moment people start seeing real gains in throughput and efficiency, then everybody gets excited, right? At that point, it's a win-win all around. So we have found that a staged and gradual approach is much more effective than trying to shove technology down anybody's throats. That just doesn't work. That's how we have found it.
Morning, all. Thank you so much for sharing the insights earlier. I think one of my questions is to Shri and Meshwakji. So you had shared your perspective that as you lead India's largest ports, how can data unlock efficiency in operations, right? And your example of the CFS was very relevant, right? That how even a data can unlock potential. I think the next thing that is hindering growth is lack of data standardization or interoperability, and we touched upon it. How can leading ports like JNPA and the authority work, and what are the steps we can take that bridges past quickly, and how can that unlock growth in the maritime sector?
I spoke about that the availability of data, that is a one basic thing, and everyone wants to hold it. But I seriously believe that they are living in fool's paradise. They can't hold it now because there are many ways they have to give it to some agency or other, and then it will be available to everyone. So there is only a phase difference of some hours or a day or something. So that makes your point is more relevant, that now we should go for this data should be standardized and authentic. Basically, first it should be the authentic, and then it should be standardized. So who can do it? The job of government comes in this particular aspect, that here the agencies, whether it is enforcement agencies like the customs and partner government agencies which are involved and which are getting all the data because of some statute. So just holding some aspects which may affect the business of that particular person mail available on public platform, so that all the stakeholders can get that data, use it for purpose for which they are working in. For example, if data available for the origination of the cargo and destination of cargo, that will be helpful to the port, so that the truck which will coming with some container should not go empty. So if I know that today certain containers are landing which are destined to Pune, and certain containers are getting in which are from Pune, then I can have the truck numbers of those available to those operators, terminal operators, which will send those goods outside to Pune. So that is making available without declaring the goods, because it's only what we will require, the destination and whether it is a 40-foot container or 20-foot container. With this kind of availability will solve many problems, many issues. It will take care of congestion. It will also take care of wastage of resources. And it will also a green initiative. So to answer your question, it is a duty of the agencies which will get that data because of some statute, and then the ports or other people, other operators who can be used to standardize it and making it available to the general public.
So very good morning. Hello. Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. And adding on to the previous question, which actually Unmesh sir answered it, I would like to take it further to Martin sir. Being from an academia, from an academic area, how can academic professionals actually approach ports, whether be it an Indian port or an overseas port? How can we approach you to get the data so that we can actually work hand in hand?
So that I think it's so I can only speak for Rotterdam and for the Netherlands, and that's where we closely collaborate with public, private, and academia, and we have the sandbox environment where we make data available. We have a port community system called Portbase. They have their environment as a sandbox for startup scale-ups. We have a whole innovation ecosystem in Rotterdam that can be touched upon, and like I said, and our focus as Port Authority, we leave that to the market. So we really look at it as in a three ways. So one is the data standards part. Which standards do we use? And then we have the infrastructure part. To my earlier point, what's the minimal data set that needs to be exchanged between port ecosystem to facilitate trade? So you can handle your trucks to Pune, you can run your AI on your terminal. But that's where we stop as a Port Authority, because that's where we leave it to the market. That's not our role. That's where we leave it to the market, and we make sure that the data is available from the infrastructure and the local ecosystem can pick it up, academia, startups, scale-ups, big corporates, DP World, whomever, and build their business. So there's no single answer to your question, but in Rotterdam, if you look at the side of Portbase, if you look at the side of Port of Rotterdam, there's information on how to do that.
Hi, good morning. I just want to ask a question. This is in connected with how the digitalization and AI we can use for that the issuing the bill of lading as well as that the case of bill of entry. Because now for that issuing that the bill of lading and the bill of entry, it is taking a long time. But if we can consolidate all this process, because the container or the break bulk which is giving to the port, after that the paying all port charges and the customs documentations and the customs charges and everything. But later on, for issuing that this one, that the bill of lading, and subsequently that for the importer country for the bill of entry, how we can use that the AI. Also, I have that I just want to connect one more thing in connected with this one. For the purpose of that, the inspection of the container. For example, for in JNPT or the Jebel Ali port in DP World, the drivers are coming on there, they are not that much of educated. They don't know what are the damages of the container. They are directly coming to that with the release letter or the token to the port and taking the container. Subsequently, bringing to the container to the warehouse. Sometimes it's finding that the damaged container. Absolutely, this can control by the port itself, because there are some lines and NVOCs is there dumping that the damaged container to the port. And the innocent driver is taking this container and loading the cargo. Afterwards, it's a big loss for that the exporter as well as that the importer, and later on it is taking that the container repairing charges also. as a maritime lawyer, it's such type of many cases is coming to in my notice. So AI and digitalization, how we can rectify or how we can use this one for to clear this issue. I think that this is a big issue, the need of this hour, that has come to a lot in my notice, please. So anybody can, from the NPT port or DPVL port representatives, or anybody can that give that the answer for this one.
So the question is what AI can do for a bill of lading in. Yeah. So so I can only again put.
Bill of lading can be converted into bill of entry.
Yeah, so we can take it via the VLM, we can take the legal part, we can take it.
Digital bill of lading and bill of entry, because now it's involving captain and as well as that the exporter and the importer. It's a fundamental document, and for to sending by courier or this one, it is taking long time. But that the document is issuing that after completing all the process on the way of that the customs and port handling and port documentation, shipping documentations and everything. But afterwards, it is needs to that send it to that the other party by the courier or something or likewise. And also there is a chance to happening that the fraud also on there. So now the technology has developed this much. Okay, how we can this one, especially suppose again when COVID happened, how we can use this AI or that the digitalization for to the case of that the bill of lading and the bill of entry.
What I understand, to simplify, or for my understanding, you mean to say an exporter sending certain goods from country A, whatever documents he filed, how those are automatically getting into converted into bill of entry into other country, and also the data is protected. That is your question?
With the help of that, the legal support. Because
yeah,
while we are
legal support, absolutely legal support, because your wish cannot be converted into that unless it is a legal support. See, that is what I just explained. We are going for digital corridors, and these digital corridors will have legal backing. So what I told about the Maitri, which we are doing as a part of IMEC initiative between India and UAE, the same will be what you are thinking is reality. That whatever documents an exporter will file in Dubai will automatically, not only for the cargo but also vessel, he has to file at port, same will be accepted by the port for the vessel related documents, for entry inwards, and also for the cargo by the customs. And with the blockchain technology, the integrity of those documents will be protected. And because it is between two governments, it will have a legal backing. So this is a first we will do at UAE, and then it will be then leveraged to all other countries in future. Okay, right.
Last question.
Hi, my question is to Mr. Som. I am from DP World itself. This topic theme is very nice because everyone talks about hype of AI, and now we convert to the hard value where we actually see what AI is doing and AI will do. There are two questions. One is, we mentioned that different AIs in each country will be having at different levels. How do you see what will be the common connecting, whether it is data element or whether it is kind of a data integration? What will be the integration thing for both different AIs, how they will talk to each other? And second is the data security, in terms of if tomorrow everything goes digital through digital corridors, if one port is facing some hack or something, then the other port itself, it will be transformed from in minutes or in seconds to the other side. So in those areas, what's your thought on those? Thanks.
It's a great question, and you mentioned AI across countries and different levels of AIs, and that's really important and something that's on the mind of a lot of governments today. So you probably have heard the term sovereign AI, right? Something which governments are thinking very actively about. Because if you actually look at the really, really powerful models today, they are essentially American, right? So, and we're all sort of, we all use them, we all leverage them to the max. but countries are increasingly thinking about the fact that sovereign AI becomes really important, keeping your data within your borders, training your own foundational models, and making sure that they achieve the same level of capability, because you don't want to, at the end of the day, be beholden or really dependent on somebody for such a critical capability. If we all agree that this is a critical capability, it's going to become really powerful, it's going to power all aspects of the economy, then sovereign AI is something that I can tell you is top of mind for everybody. Right? And coming to the second part of your question, which is security around ports, it's really critical. We take it very seriously at DP World, and I know other ports and terminals operators also do. We invest massively in cybersecurity to protect against hacks and to protect against any kinds of attacks. And the way to also deal with this is to keep systems in silos so that there are no ripple effects. There are no knockdown effects, second order effects. When, if one system is compromised, doesn't mean it ripples out, the consequence of that ripples out to everything else. So massive investments in cybersecurity. It's a cat and mouse game. You're always sort of both sides trying to one up each other. The good news is that AI is playing a very large role in cybersecurity too, because at the end of the day, what is it but the analysis of a large number of patterns and figuring out what are the 0.1% of dangerous hacks versus the 99.9% of really normal, boring activity. Right? And AI is really, really good at that. AI is really good at finding a needle in a haystack and is therefore finding significant applications in cybersecurity. It's a trend we're leaning into very heavily at DP World and investing very heavily in security for our PNT data systems. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the three speakers.
All right, I thank the panelists seated on the dais for that engaging deliberation, and thank you for your active participation. In order to express gratitude, let us present mementos to all the experts here. Could I request the COPA chairman, Shri B. Kashi Vishwanathan, to please do us the honors. We have the chairman of the Cochin Port Authority, Shri B. Kashi Vishwanathan, presenting mementos to the panelists, Shri Unmesh Sharad Vagh, chairman of the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. Mr. Martin Ditson, Director Digital, Port of Rotterdam. Mr. Som Datta, Group Vice President, Data Sciences, DP World. And of course, the moderator, Mr. David Parlong, Global Head, Ports and Shipping, Boston Consulting Group. Could I request everybody on the stage to kindly step ahead and come together for a group picture? Thank you once again, and we get into the second panel discussion immediately. Please note there is no break. Just give us a couple of moments for a quick changeover. The second panel discussion is on shaping the future for digital and AI for maritime. The panelists are Devish Taneja, Chief Executive Officer, Adani Logistics; Rinkesh Roy, Joint Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, JSW Infra; Mr. Norbert Klettner, Vice President, TIC 4.0, and the moderator, Mr. Vineet Vijayvargiya, Head, India Transport and Infra, BCG. We are ready to go. Let me call upon the panelists and introduce them as they come on stage. Mr. Devish Taneja, Chief Executive Officer, Adani Logistics, representing a new generation of leaders driving digital transformation in India's transport and supply chain ecosystem. He has been instrumental in developing digital connected multimodal logistics network integrating rail, road and warehousing. Mr. Devesh Taneja. Can I request the rest of you to please settle down? All of you, kindly, thank you for your cooperation. Mr. Rinkesh Roy, he serves as a Joint Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of JSW Infrastructure, bringing over 3 decades of leadership in railways, ports and logistics. He has chaired major Indian ports, including Paradeep, Visakhapatnam, Tuticorin and Kamarajar, and previously led the Dredging Corporation of India. Welcome, Mr. Roy. Mr. Norbert Klettner, Vice President and founding member of the Terminal Industry Committee 4.0 TIC 4.0. He brings over 15 years of experience in the port and terminal industry, specializing in implementing and integrating terminal operating systems and driving data-driven operational transformation. Welcome to you. And the moderator, Mr. Vineet Vijayvargiya, Managing Director and Partner, BCG. He has deep experience working across the maritime sectors in India across topics of go-to-market, operational efficiency for the 12 major ports, public-private partnerships, among others. He also played a key role in steering the Maritime India Vision 2030. With that, I hand over charge of this session to our moderator, Mr. Vineet Vijayvargiya. Over to you, Vineet.
Thank you, and we are just at the cusp of noon, so maybe I will say good afternoon, everyone, and a big round of thank you to my panelists. It's been a fascinating week here in Bombay with the India Maritime Week. A lot of enriching discussions. The PM roundtable yesterday was also a key highlight in terms of the commitments of global players to the Indian market. And I think the flavor for today is, and the flavor for this forum is actually more on digital and AI. Needless to say, I think India, along with all other countries, is at the cusp of a digital revolution. All sectors today are experiencing an exponential inflow of data-driven use cases, which is completely turbocharging, let's say, the way we do operations. Whether it is logistics, whether it is shipping, ports, needless to say, everyone is impacted. The key question that we wanted to actually discuss in this forum today is twofold. What lies for the future from a digital and AI perspective, and beyond the tech, how is business getting impacted on the ground? When teams use it, I think the previous panelists also mentioned it, that technology for the sake of technology is not going to work. The people who use the technology are going to be pivotal in terms of doing it. So let me dive straight in. My first question is for you, Mr. Roy. As India's maritime sector is undergoing this rapid modernization, the next stage of growth from a competitiveness perspective, what do you think are the strategic priorities that not just the government, but even private, large private players like yourself are embarking on this journey?
Well, thank you, Vineet, for inviting me to this panel, and a good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd just like to share you my November timetable. I'll be burning the midnight oil, trying to pass 3 courses in AI. So that's the mandate the group has given for the entire leadership. So the first and foremost thing is that the leaders need to have an idea of what AI is all about and how it can transform your businesses. So I think that's the starting point in any transformative exercise. Secondly, if you really look at it, the way I see this journey, I can frame it as dashboard to driver. So you look at how your vehicles were earlier there, you were going by your dashboards, and now you moved into autonomous vehicles. So it's a kind of a journey that you're looking at from a dashboard to a driver journey. And no longer digitalization is an enabler now. It's more of a driving function. It's more of a competitive function. It's more of a growth-oriented function. And it leads to better efficiencies, better productivity, better safety, and better sustainability. So you're seeing that this all are now in the realm of possibilities. Thirdly, if you further dive deeper into it, you like to see that a proper digital backbone infrastructure is there in place where you can, kind of get the benefits out of this entire process. And lastly, if you are to look at this entire process, getting the entire teams to work together across private sector, across government, and come to a common platform. So the days of operating in different silos, we should be kind of moving away from them. Most of the technological advancements that we are seeing is basically on the costliest asset. That's on the ship. So if more of AI usage, you'll definitely find in the ships, how they monitor their fuel usage, and a host of get the best routes and all that stuff they have put in on the shipping side. But on the port side, where the max we have moved into is more of getting into predictive maintenance. So if can I predict when the next breakdown is coming? But the real-time monitoring of the evacuation, what you would call the city side look, that part we are very much lacking behind. So then you see all this congestions taking place outside ports, and it leads to a loss of productivity, not only at the ports, but also for the person's assets which are entering, be it trucks or trailers. So all these get into a suboptimal solution. So if we broadly look at it, I think this is where we need to move into to get the real benefits of AI and digitalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Devish, maybe I just want to build on what Mr. Roy, mentioned right towards the end. So, from a logistics perspective, using the assets and utilizing them to the maximum is something that would be paramount importance to you. Now, I know leading players like you are doing a lot of things related to automation and visibility. What is, let's say, front and center for you as, those two things that you are driving your teams towards as part of this digital journey that you are convinced will yield value?
Yeah, am I audible? Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, Vineet, as far as the question that you've asked, I want you to perhaps look at it from a trucking perspective. You have a driver, you have a Kalasi, the guy who cleans, who's a driver in training, right? Now, no matter how good the tech is, no matter how advanced it is, if these two gentlemen cannot be made more efficient, no matter where you are sitting, no matter, excuse me, what kind of investment you've made, we have failed. So what we have done is, whatever tech that is there is built to spec to serve a purpose. So for example, we have mines at Suliari. We have an AI bot. We've named her Neha. So whenever a truck stops, a call is made and responses are logged, transcribed, and the system start learning. Now, 9 out of 10 times, the truck driver does not know that he is speaking to a bot. So there are some hilarious examples where he is cribbing about his wife. Aaj daand pad gayi. So I think that is a major success to the simplicity of the tech that needs to be deployed. And coming from what Rinkesh was speaking about, there are various pillars that are required. And more often than not, you need to be able to have your team adopt to the tech. So my view is there is agentic, there is LLM, there's a host of things. And AI is always not the solution. But my view is that the simpler it is, the better it is, and you get the work done. So.
In fact, Divij, I think the point on simplicity is very, very important. And maybe, Norbert, I'll throw a question to you and then go back to him. But there are, needless to say, a lot of learnings that in this space that you can take from other geographies, whether it is for ports or whether it is for, trucking industry or the shipping industry. In your experience, what are some of the learnings that you think all countries and all stakeholders should keep in mind as they navigate the space? And also things that should not be copied, because when you're copying without context, sometimes it just does not result in the direction that you want to take.
Hi, good afternoon as well from my side. Thank you first for having me, having TIC 4.0 here, so Terminal Industry Committee. We are a non-profit association of industry members. Our members are terminal operators, software technology providers, crane manufacturers. Some of our members are here. ATAI is here. I've seen DP World here, Avellino, they are all here. And our mission is to create a standard to make an understanding in the process. So we created two things, because from learning from other industries was really other industries like airports, or not only airports, but air traffic, banking. They're all more standardized in their processes, standardized in the data layer. So we needed to create that, because our goods that we transport, I've heard that previously a lot, it's one of the most standardized things. It's 20 foot or 40 foot, yeah, you have 45 foot and so on. But the processes, the data is probably, and all the stakeholders around that process are one of the most fragmented one and non-standardized one. So that was our mission a bit more than 7 years ago, and that we disembarked to see like, okay, we need to see that we come to a common understanding, because what we've seen today as well in the blueprint that was presented, that was introduced, how you can build up a digital model of a port and make it available. One of the key things was always the data layer. Whether it's in the bottom, it's somewhere in the middle, but somewhere you will need data. And in the panel before we heard you need data elements, you need an understanding. AI can translate a lot, but the question was always like, translate to what? So the learning there was really how we create a standard language and a standard understanding of the words in there. I explain that always a bit with like English. Like, I'm German. If I would speak German, probably not even half of you guys would understand me. And if you would speak Hindi, I'm lost. So we need to come to a common understanding, which is usually English. So that's why I'm trying to speak English, so you can understand me. And the same we need to do in our processes and in the infrastructure, in the assets. They need to speak one language. And that's what we created. We created a semantic, a grammar, if you want to say so. That grammar is currently in a process with the British Standard Institute to become a public available specification, which is a bit like a pre-ISO thing. So it's not yet an ISO, but it's publicly recognized. It will be published beginning of next year. PAS 4000, it's called. So there, the grammar will be public, and it's specified, it's documented, and it's a standardized way of speaking. And then the other part that's important is what is inside there. So what are the words meaning that you put in a sentence? So what are the words meaning, and that you put in a digital database, in a digital format. And before we heard about the data elements that you need to create a common understanding and the data point, when does this vessel arrive? One of our biggest discussions we had is what are the events of a vessel? What does start of operation for a vessel mean? And there were millions of definitions of that among our members. Because is it when the first line is fast? Is it when the crane booms down? Is it when the first container lifts off or lifts on? Is it when the gangway is secured? What is start of operation? So standardizing that and combining that with a common language is key. And we could now, and that's also one thing we learned pretty fast there, we need then adoption. So creating a beautiful standard, putting it off the shelf and papers and standards, BSI and so on. If no one uses it, it's of no use because it's not used. So our members have started adopting it, creating standards in Port of Hamburg, but also in Malta. So across Europe, there were a couple of projects that created digital twins based on a common language. So the data layers all unified, because you need to create a lot of data, because today you don't know what technology you have tomorrow to make use of that data. So create data, make it standard, and make it available to everybody. So in Port of Hamburg, for example, there was a digital twin for a terminal implemented, where each equipment was creating 140 data points every second into that data lake to create a stream of data, which then allows you to do analytics on it, to do AI on it. So everything we saw right now is all fueled by data. And that common understanding of the data is the important part.
Actually, Norbert, you raise a very important point, and I want to go back to Rinkesh and the grammar part. And because you also mentioned that you're doing courses in AI. So maybe what are your thoughts on skilling? Because skilling in digital and AI, I think all organizations need to put a lot of effort into that. What are your thoughts on that? What do you think works, and what needs to be done more?
Two things I'll just like to, point out, that AI is, kind of giving you the final prediction or the possibilities in the existing processes. So what really, if you really look at the improvement that we want to see, is that the processes itself have to be, looked at with a magnifying glass, and what should be eliminated, what can be done, and then you have a more predictive model coming in. So I'll just give you one example. At the height of, iron ore exports in Odisha, in around 2017-18, at Paradip Port is a very key place where you have this iron ore exports taking place. So the port used to handle roughly 800 to 1,000 trucks per day. And the queues could be as long as 110 kilometers. People were stranded on the road for a week. So, it was that kind of a challenge. So, that's when the port tried to see the entire process part of it. So we found that, okay, the process starts with at the mining end, where EDO, delivery order is issued by the mining department. That's the basis for all people to ask for entry into the port. So from there we said, and then I'll just tell you about the existing process. So from there the truck driver used to come, used to wait outside the port gate. There was a melee of close to 500, 600 people, drivers queuing up, middlemen there, submitting forms to take out an entry pass. And then that process itself used to be around 12, 16 hours. Then he finally gets a pass and moves into the port. So it was really a challenging thing. So what we did, as he also said, the beauty lies in simplification of processes. That, I think, is the point where everyone has to focus on. So we just said that the EDO is your basis. You give your driver's name, his mobile name. We will issue you a QR code. So then the challenge came that the QR code that you issue, that's for a smartphone. The driver might not be having a smartphone. It's just, I'm just listing out that how you get into problem solving. So then we said, okay, let's give him a QR code with a alphanumeric code, a unique alphanumeric code. So all the details you can find out. You won't believe the queues came down, which is, I feel, because if you have a large volume of trucks coming in, so the queues came down to a natural of 7 to 10 kilometers from 110. The entire turnaround came down to 3 days. So the distance was around 300 kilometers, so it's 100 kilometer a day is a good enough thing. So the driver now comes in with his QR code or his alphanumeric. The system, then the system we had was with a harbor entry permit. So it was a physical card he had to tap in. So again, that was another challenge. So we gave those guards a mobile phone. So the mobile phone used to scan it, and then he used to enter. So the point I'm trying to make a very simple, and the kind of data we used to get was how many trucks are on road, how, and to which importer it belongs. So we used to tell him one day in advance, 800 trucks are coming, now move machinery there. So he used to move machinery only after the trucks used to come. So now we could tell him that, okay, you move machinery now and, start gearing up for the next surge in cargo that's coming in. So the point I just wanted to make was that you have to dive deep into your processes. You can't take your processes as given. So first of all, that is where the human element has to come in. That's where your skill levels have to be trained up. That first look at your processes, and then you look at the skilling processes for the AI. So then you have the real match taking place.
Actually, that's... No, but why don't you?
Just because you said like prediction, and it needs to be a good prediction, and then I was asking, well, what is actually a good prediction? And a good prediction usually is something that comes close to reality in the future, obviously, but also it's one that people can trust, because it's still people that need to work with that prediction. And there again, I'm the standards guy, so I need to come up with a bit standard. A standard that is unified and that people have defined will help you to create trust. Because if your prediction, if your data model is based on a common standard, not on your standard, I can create a standard, yeah, but then it's mine. But on a common standard, then the trust in that data that is being shared, that you use in your algorithm, that you use for prediction, is more valuable because it inherently creates trust. It's if that data point is the data point, start of operation is when the first container is lifted off or on, that start of operation, everybody knows it, it's defined. So that's important. I think also when you then look at how I can use data for AI, have trusted data means having more trust in things like prediction.
No, I think it's quite powerful that all three of you are talking about simplification in a very powerful way, that any form of digitization will be driven from a lot of simplification first of processes, etc. You gave a great example, and now you're working with standards, but it all points towards simplification. Maybe I can use that as a theme, Devish, to ask you something. Given that we are at India Maritime Week, a lot of your trucks are moving to ports and major ports. What are some of the things that if you had a wish list from a digital perspective that you wished that if on the other side it was enabled, it could make overall trucking and logistics movement in the country better?
So every system is as strong or weak as the weakest link. So when I look at the chain of custody, as the cargo moves from, say, in a case of an export, from the factory to various toll nakas to the port gate, you obviously have the PCS that is now there in India. You have private versions and you have the government version. But more often than not, if my truck has reached, he's driven efficiently, he's stuck to the designated route, and then he's waiting at the port gate for hours together, like what Rinkesh said, you tend to wonder why did he efficiently run it in the first place, right? So from a wish list, like you have a web check-in, we would love to have a web check-in for the truck. You know, a green channel web check-in of sorts. Moreover, at some level, like you have at some level, every person has an Aadhaar card. We should have at some level a driver Aadhaar or an operator Aadhaar for people who stick to script, a rating index of sorts. So you know that these guys are responding to your tech, they're adopting to it, and the system overall is working well. So if you go to the airports, how many of us actually use DigiYatra? You find a couple of people on the non-Digi side, more often than not. So even if you've put the best tech in place, if you don't have that feedback loop, and if your systems are not engineered for the total chain of custody, you'll have somebody typing in an Excel sheet somewhere, and that's the entire effort gone for a toss.
So as he rightly said, the wish list is to have something like DigiYatra. You know, you just walk in and it's the highest form of security. Airports, the level of security is the highest, and there you have the easiest things happening, and even cross-country also. You see e-visas, you go to Dubai, they scan your retina. So the realm of possibilities are endless.
Correct. In fact, and maybe Norbert, I'll come to you on this one. Interestingly, one of the proof of concepts that was also done as part of the DigiBandar work that we did was about, just-in-time arrival for trucks, etc., and how do you use all of that data. From a global perspective, at the interface of, let's say, logistics and ports, so, when the trucks are coming in, is there innovation that is happening? Because the interface point is where all stakeholders meet. There is the port authority, there's probably the terminal operator, and then there is the logistics company that's actually bringing that. At the interface, what are some of the things that you're seeing globally, best practices, etc.? You've already heard a wish list that if there was a seamless movement, if there was, like, trucks could just whiz past, like at the Indian airports with DigiYatra, you can just, with some amount of unique identifiers, you can whisk fast. Are there any such technology initiatives that you're seeing globally?
I mean, one part in getting the hinterland traffic more fluent into the ports certainly is some kind of OCR recognition technology to get the data recognized. But then you still would need the backbone. So what I do see that more and more hinterland transportation also taps into port-like systems. There are initiatives. Like in ports, you have port community systems already for decades, and they serve very well. They are a data platform where everybody has to announce cargo, customs clearance, all the authority processes, but also shippers, exporters, importers. They have one source of truth. Now, what I've seen also that is then introduced more into a river community system. So basically, flowing down the river in Europe, for example, would be the River Rhine, which then goes down to Germany, Switzerland, but basically goes up to a couple of big inland ports in Germany, like Duisburg, then up to Antwerp and Rotterdam. So there are initiatives there to also create, with the same stream of the river, to create a data flow. So have river information systems where the inland shippings are announced, so you create a better visibility through that chain. And I think if you want to connect that, it will probably not work that there's one standard for all. We heard that before as well, but you need to select again there some elements that you exchange. What is the cargo? What is the essential information that you need down that river, basically, or up that river? I mean, it goes both direction, import and export. And I think that's something that also in India would be something. I mean, you have a big hinterland, certainly. You have a big key line, but you have huge hinterland. So connecting that through some kind of like river information systems or hinterland information systems, if you would put it on a broader scope. And there as well, we have done some integrations in where we actually integrated using TIC language transport management systems into terminal operating systems. So the transport system can announce already upfront which truck is bringing what cargo. So then at the end, when you then have a OCR system at your gate, it knows, okay, it's this truck, I know this, does the truck match with the container? Is the seal there? Is it damaged? And so on. And these days, OCR can also do damage recognition, or not OCR, but camera vision can do damage recognition and all that. And then the dream of every terminal is that then the truck pulls up to the boom gate, the boom goes up, green light, goes to the operations, is served, and in 5 minutes gets the outbound container and goes out the same way, and the TOS obviously informs the transport management system again that that truck has now picked up this container, and that flows on. So I think we have to look into those connected systems and platform systems. That's also what is in this digital twin blueprint, and where you need to create a data layer that everybody can use and build on systems. And it will not be one system. It will be probably in India hundreds of systems, but it's okay. I think with this standardized data layer, don't be worried about the number of integrators and integrations, because you have one source of truth in your data. And that can serve very well integrating millions of other services, digital solutions, up and downwards.
All right. I would like now to open up for Q&A from the audience. Yes. Can we get a mic, please?
Hi, I'm Ramana from Avellino. Question for Divij, and to a certain extent to Rinkesh as well. Both of you had mentioned about processes. And in case of container terminals, there is an underlying ERP system like a TOS. And that's got a set of rules. And those rules say, if an RTG or a crane is in a given block, put a container there. But what they don't go ahead and look at is, but you might be, in order to minimize the distance of that crane travel, you are putting that container on top of 4 other containers, which has got a shorter dwell. Therefore, you are going to make 8 unproductive moves. So my question is, do you think these underlying ERP systems or TOS systems are perhaps an antithesis to AI or optimization technologies?
So I think very interesting question. The way we look at TOSes, and at Adani we are building our own TOS, exactly because of what point you've said. We look at the existing systems as great systems of record, but if I want real-time decision making, and let's assume there are 3 yards where I could place that container. Yard 1 has congestion, but because that loop has not come back into the VMT, or the TOS is not smart enough, I have a vehicle that has gone into yard 1, while yard 2 and yard 3 are idling. So that's definitely one point of it. The other is, my view is, if you want to build a hyper-connected system, the TOS can no longer be a non-smart TOS. You need to be able to plan at least 7 days in the future, and then account for all the exceptions that come along the way. So, we've been very reactive. We still, unfortunately, are not, very proactive. But we're definitely wanting to get there. So that's. I hope I've answered one part of your question.
Adding further to what you said, in the end analysis, if you look at it, it's about a physical space management. So the space that you deal with is not unlimited. And the same containers, you have to handle more and more of containers within that same boundary. So that is where you maximize your space management. And one thing further I would just like to add that it's our entire focus somewhere has been on the boundary lines, that is at the interface points of port, road, rail. But what we really need to look at further is the corridor management. That is, you can't look at only one specific point of a port boundary. You have to look at the entire corridor and then see what physical infrastructure you can put in. Might be currently most of the ports have truck parking yards just either inside or outside the ports. But you might require in a bigger corridor, you might require even truck parking yards far away from the ports. So that is one area I think a lot of focus has to be in, also on physical infrastructure.
Maybe also a comment on the TOS. I have been implementing TOSs for the last 20 years. But I see TOS not as, when I say TOS, not as a system as such, but as some digital solution that manages your process. So whether it's one system or different systems doesn't matter. But I think it's also there. My dream a bit was always that the TOS is an agile solution where you shoot data in, and based on that data, you basically take decisions. And then your decisions are as good as the data is, which currently is a bit of a catch-22 because currently the data is not good enough. But assuming that we will have better and more data and better data understanding, basically the data should update and should shoot at the TOS, and then the TOS should react to what is coming next, what is now, and what is coming in the next couple of hours, couple of days, depending a bit on how far you look. And also there, the understanding that we create with TIC 4.0 is really, it's one of the first time where the process, which is the TOS layer, and the assets, cranes and RTGs and gates and so on, actually speak the same language. So that also increases your data quality and your possibilities to increase decision making or quality of decision making in your terminal. So I would really see from that as, so you need to start reacting on data and actually at the end no one inputting data anymore, but the data is created outside, and then the TOS is going to make decisions based off that, or the modules that a TOS consists of, if you want to. So.
Sir, myself is Pramod Kumar Srivastav. I am National President for NACFS, and I am running an ICD. In our country, we are very much keen to develop this coastal route, and we are doing a lot on the development of the coastal draft part, the channel draft. So we are, as an investor, always being asked that what is the prediction that you will offer me a draft which you say. So for that purposes, anything AI can thought of predicting that government says that I will maintain 3.5 meter draft, but actually it is not happening, and that causes lot of delays of cargo moving from coastal to inland destination. So with the help of AI, can we not predict that actual position is this? So although we can move lot, because we know that coastal has got lot of opportunity, government has come out with a coastal policy, so lot of things are happening. But as regard to draft is concerned, this is one of the area where prediction is not clear to the people who wanted to come and invest. This is point one. Point two is that we feel that lot of things are happening, containers movement, entry at gate, exiting at gate, but somebody is checking something which are again being checked. So how to make the things through digital mode, that is it possible that somebody has already checked at the parking at the entry gate, customs have already checked. So it is entry from the parking bay to inside the port. Again the people, CISF people checks. So these things are hurdles which can, I think personally, that which can be controlled by AI version or whatever is possible, so that the trust is built and the department, inter-department people should believe each other through a digital mode. This is just a point of view and wanting to your view on this. Thank you.
There was any thoughts on tracking of draft from a multimodality perspective?
So I think things like even weather can be predicted. So if you look at the solar farms that we have at Khavda, which is the world's largest, depending on the angle of the sun, the electricity is generated. So we have very advanced algorithms that are working in to make sure that we maximize the electricity that is generated. So I think my view is draft would not be very different. I think it's important that we take into effect every input that influences it and perhaps put in a standard out there. Now I have a very strong view on standards. I believe like you have a .doc file, a .docx file. I look at standards as the same way, just have different formats. My view is eventually you should have everything which is API integrated. And writing an API today is pretty simple. It's header, footer, payload, and token. So that's as far as my view on the draft. Now with regard to multiple checks, if I was to give you 3,000 rupees and say I've counted it, would you still count it or would you believe me? There's a bright chance you would count it again. So I don't think digital is the solution. It is more the trust, the mindset that comes into play. There are multiple blockchain technologies today that will make sure that what we say it is what it is. But my view is, the minute we have API interconnectivity with no standards in between, point number 2, which you spoke about, would be addressed. And as far as draft and whatever influence drafts, you can look at draft surveys, previous data, and decisions can be taken.
In the interest of time, just one last question with the permission of the moderator. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Ramesh Pagadipalli, Deputy Director from CADFM India Private Limited. My question to the Klettner. You mentioned digital twins also shaping the future of the ports in upcoming future. Can you enlighten about this one? How it is digital twins adapting across the globe to shape the future of the maritime?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a bit on how what is a digital twin and how you view it. For me, a digital twin, first thing is always the data availability, so the data that you accumulate. And then out of that, you can do all kind of digital twins. The most common one then would be a 3D visualization with your ports and with the things moving. So what I've seen now, more and more assets are being connected to data lakes, be it key walls, bollards, buoys, to create more and more data points in your port, because that will later on define your digital twin and will define how the digital twin can create value. And the session before was about how we come from to hard value, from a hype to a hard value. So I would always see what I've seen in other ports. It's create more data. Look where you. I know port infrastructure is a slow changing thing because you're not building a key wall every day, and you're not having a new key crane every day, and you're not having dredging. But when you do, think about data first, and think about like what kind of data I can get out of this that's valuable for my processes. So that in for example, Rotterdam and others, they then building a new key wall means also integrating sensors into the key wall, stress sensors, so you can do your monitoring better on your infrastructure. When you buy a new key crane, I talked some years ago already to a guy from Siemens, and he was saying basically, when you order a key crane today, order it with every sensor that you can get a hand on. Even you think you don't need it, you will need it in 5 years' time, because then there's technology that can work with that data. So I think you looking at how others do that, that is certainly point. I've seen ports that have semi-autonomous scanning vessels for the draft. So all these things will create your digital twin at the end by creating more and more data. So for me, always it's creating the data, then you can create all kind of digital twin solutions on top of that, services that create value, and try to disentangle the data creation from the data storage, from the data usage. So we've also seen in this in the blueprint from BCG this layer approach, also take it to that part, and also create layers inside a port. So there is a different digital twin demand on a terminal than on a port level. But if you have 10 terminals in a port, they all contribute to the port digital twin, not with all their data, but with parts of their data. So always think about this layer approach, standardize your data, disentangle data creation from data usage, because in 5-year times there is a new AI, I don't know what technology that does something with your data, but if you don't have data, you cannot use it. So I would always go with that modular, layer-wise approach to a digital twin. And one last thing, we have some members as TIC4, that's the advertising word for my association. If there are terminal operators, port operators that want to join TIC 4.0, everybody can join. It's a free association. There is a membership fee to it, but just contact us, and happy to have more members in India other than like the gentleman's over here. Thanks.
Thank you. No, thank you, everyone. I think it's been an enriching discussion, and I really thank my panelists for taking the time out today.
Absolutely an enriching discussion indeed, and I'm sure all will agree with me. And to present mementos to all the experts seated on the dais, could I request Mr. Rajesh Asati, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Sir, if you could step onto the stage, please. Could we begin with the panelists? Mr. Divish Taneja, Chief Executive Officer, Adani Logistics. Mr. Rinkesh Roy, Joint Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, JSW Infra. Mr. Norbert Klettner, Vice President, TIC 4.0. And the moderator of this discussion, Mr. Vineet Vijayvargiya, Head India Transport and Infra, the Boston Consulting Group. Could we come together for a group picture, Ms. Rajeshji? One group photograph, and this will be cherished for a long time to come. And we get into the last discussion of this session. Third panel discussion topic, indigenous innovation from local genius to global maritime advantage. The panelists are Dr. Venkataramana Akkaraju, NMPA Chairperson, Mr. Gangadhar Gude, Chief Executive Officer, ATAI, Mr. Shantanu Roy, CMD BEML Limited, and Mr. Sanjeev Jha, Principal SAAWS. This session will be moderated by Mr. Dhruv Lal, MDP BCG. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not breaking. We get into the next session immediately. All those who have walked in just now, requesting you to quickly take your seats, and if at all you have not turned your cell phones to the silent because you are walking in from outside, let me remind you to please turn your cell phones to the silent so as to avoid disturbances during the proceedings. All inside requested to take your seats once again. This is just a quick changeover and Not a break, not a break. Okay, we are good to go. Let me begin by inviting our panelists, Dr. Venkataramana Akkaraju, Chairperson of the New Mangalore Port Authority. He is a maritime leader with decades of experience strengthening India's port ecosystem, a champion of digital enablement. Welcome, sir. Yes, as I was telling you, he is a champion of digital enablement and green port initiatives. He has driven modernization and positioned Indian ports as global hubs of efficiency and innovation. Mr. Shantanu Roy, Chairman and Managing Director of BEML Limited, bringing over 30 years of experience across defense, mining, construction and transportation sectors. Under his leadership, BEML has achieved significant milestones, and he has also been awarded the CEO of the Year PSU Defense and Aerospace from the World HRD Congress. So welcome, Mr. Roy. And then we have Mr. Gangadhar Gude, founder and CEO of ATAI.ai, driving digital transformation across the supply chain and logistics industry. Passionate about innovation, sustainability and safety, he has built purpose-driven business models, redefining industrial operations. Mr. Gangadhar Gude. And Mr. Sanjeev Jha, Principal Solution Architect at AWS, leading digital transformation and cloud adoption for government and enterprise clients with over 2 decades of experience. He has architected large-scale AI, ML, IoT, and geospatial solutions including DigiYatra, and built AWS's geospatial vertical into a multi-million-dollar business. Mr. Sanjeev Jha. This session will be moderated by Mr. Dhruv Lal, Managing Director and Partner, BCG, with over a decade of experience shaping strategy and digital, driving transformation in ports, logistics, industrial parks and real estate. He specializes in digital transformation, growth strategy and operational excellence, helping organizations unlock value through technology, scale investments and accelerate competitiveness. Well, with that introduction, I leave charge of the session to the moderator, Mr. Dhruv Lal. Over to you.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to my fellow panelists. I think it's been an engaging discussion so far, but till now, one of the key takeaways for me is that digital and AI is no longer an option. It is real, it is happening, it is evolving quickly. Now the next immediate question that comes is, where does this innovation take place? How do we get the maximum benefit for our local ecosystem? And that's the topic for discussion for this panel. The question is, how do we take the lead and innovate not just to solve the problems of the Indian ecosystem, but to create solutions that can scale globally? And I have a very esteemed panel. You know, I have panelists from the port ecosystem, from the industry, from tech giants, as well as, innovators and practitioners here to, lead us and share their thoughts. And with that context, let me directly get into the discussion with my first question to Dr. Venkata. Chairman, sir, indigenization is a big theme under the Amritkal Vision 2047. I know for a fact that the NAVIC cell for technology and automation under your leadership has been relentlessly working in that direction. It would be great to hear from you some of the experiences, some of the success stories, and also how do you see this journey going forward? Will be great to hear your thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. All of us know whatever automation technology that we are seeing in different fields, not only in maritime sector, whether it is space technology, whether it is telecommunication, or whether it is manufacturing, it is inevitable. You have to change before the change, otherwise you will be out of the business. If you want to flourish, you have to change much before what others think, much before others change. As you know, when our country has to move from 5 to 40, $60 trillion economy for a higher economy, you have to create a lot of additional capacity, or you have to unlock the hidden value. The quickest, cheapest thing is unlock the hidden value, so that you will save time also. Time is also very important apart from cost. I can't wait constructing a berth for 5 years and look into sky today. So here comes the efficiency. When you want to improve the efficiency, you have to adopt technology. Naturally, digitization is one of the solutions, but not full solution. Digitization with some hardware coupling, marriage to hardware, is a practical solution in the maritime sector. So, in fact, I would like to tell you, when it comes to our experience, the NAVIC cells are formed 1 year back, but in our port, Mangalore port, we started adopting technology in a big way 5 years back. You will be surprised, much before DigiYatra, 2 to 3 years before DigiYatra, during the COVID, when the issue of taking biometric attendance came to my notice, I got in touch with IISc. We caught hold of a startup. They are youngsters working, studying in a college. We caught hold of them. I explained what I want. I sat with them, and facial recognition we started. And it took, after we brought the facial recognition, it took 6 months for me to stabilize the thing. You know, because sensitivity, distance, so many sensing, sensor, so many issues are there. And I am proud to say 3 years before DigiYatra we were able to do. And the other issue, in the earlier session there was a topic using Aadhaar, other cards for making entry, dock entry into port. In New Mangalore port, I am happy to say, by making use of facial recognition systems, big data, and other digital initiatives, the face of a person is the dock entry permit. Without diluting the security, without diluting the procedures, we are doing it. When I say face, it is not only for the person who walks in, it is for the truck driver also, and the truck credentials also. Everything is taken care. Now, I am also happy to inform you that New Mangalore port, we are more or less working like a live laboratory. And you must be seeing in the exhibition, whatever we are doing here, out of 300 square feet, Mangalore port has spent money, and I have given around 100 square feet of place to NITK. NITK is a government engineering college, very popular next to IITs. I have brought 3 boys of 3rd year mechanical engineering. They are managing the stall. They are explaining the different technologies. Similarly, whenever we want to do something, for example, we did healthcare app, and we developed a pension portal. Though they are not into the core business, we have given the work to the NITK, the students have done. So, the issue of local genius, how to take it to industry, global maritime advantage, that's what I am going to tell. Now, as you rightly said, the proof of concept for remote pilot, autopilot is being done in association with the Boston Consulting Group at New Mangalore port. The idea is, when a vessel comes to outer anchorage, till it gets berthed, we don't want to have a physical pilot at the field. He will be there if required, remotely. We are making use of set of sensors. We are making use of big data. We are making use of artificial intelligence. And we are also making use of laser technology in detecting the surfaces. By coupling all these things and also having digital charts, we have already started. I am not making a Google talk. I am talking what is happening at the field level. We have made 50 to 60% progress It is happening. And once we are very sure that we are very, very safe, by February 26, this is going to happen. Remote, with the limited intervention of the pilots and without pilot. I can't say without pilot because pilot has to be there at VTMS. It is going to happen. The next thing is the digital twins. Auto birthing. We are going to extend the digital twins to it. And as a part of our dedication to the technology, with the consent of the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, we have signed and we have funded IIT Chennai as the Center of Excellence for Automation and Technology. Because this has to happen, I'll tell you, I am in the maritime field for 35 years. As far as the unitization of the cargo is concerned, we were 10 years lagging behind. People who knows the marine field in the 80s, they will tell. When containerization happened in 80s, we were able to bring containerization to India 10 years later. We can't do that same mistake again and again. Of course, at that time, there were no private ports. Now it is liberalized. After 90s, it is liberalized. We have the private ports. We have the liberalization. We can invest. So we can't afford to waste usage of IoT technologies, digital twins into our thing. This has to be used. It is inevitable. And if you want to have a cost-effective solution, please look at the nearest bright engineering college near to you. For example, in my case, NITK, REC Surathkal. I have the best brains there. I am picking up the students from there, and when I go for interaction with them, they are very happy. The students are getting a pocket money of 22 to 30,000 rupees for working on my projects. And I am able to get a solution for less than 10 to 15 lakhs, which if I go to outside market, I had to spend 50 to 60 or 1 crore or 2 crores. So what I would like to say, each port, each organization has to work as a living laboratory. They should identify the talent near to them. Once the concept, proof of concept like BCG is doing, when it comes to a shape, we have to hook up with the statutory authorities, because that is the place where red tapeism creates a lot of issues. They delay the things. So that is the place where we had to hook them up at least 6 months in advance and ensure that whatever solution we are finding is happening. For example, in our case, the remote pilotage, pilotless pilotage. The moment we are approaching December, we had to get in touch with DG Shipping. We had to request them to come. Our Additional Director General, DG Shipping, is also a very dynamic person. We had to invite him, show him, convince him, and we had to be ready with the policy also. So what I mean to say, the ports, the innovators, and the regulator has to work. We had to create a ecosystem with the solutions to the advantage of the industry. That's what we had to do, and we are doing. And I am also happy and proud to tell you that among all the major ports, I don't know about private ports, among the major ports at least, we are bringing a 360 degrees camera scanner at our gates. Already we have given the work order, it is happening. The advantage is that when a truck comes, whether it is a coal truck or a aero truck, the security protocol says that it has to be opened. So a lot of coal pilferage will be there, aero pilferage will be there, loss of cargo, dirtiness of the gates, all these things can be avoided by using the scanner. The scanner which we are putting has 360-degree cameras, including the bed, gate bed. It takes a composite image and gives the composite image, and also it gives a descriptive instruction to us whether the truck can be allowed or not. So that's going to happen. We are already started the work. So we had to think forward. We had to move forward. We can't be content of using technology for just data making. Data, digitized data, big data with the help of artificial intelligence has to be used for the port productivity, efficiency, and decision making. That decision making should not be a routine decision making. It should be an out-of-box, intelligent decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Really inspiring to hear on how our ports are embracing the living lab concept. Very, very inspiring. Let me now move to the equipment side of things. And Mr. Roy, the question is to you. So I firmly believe that one of our biggest strengths as the Indian maritime ecosystem is our diversity and scale. If we talk about bulk, liquid, containers, inland cargo movement, we have it all. Right, and my question to you is on how can we use this strength and convert some of our assets into live test beds where this smart equipment can really get developed, tested, not just for the Indian ecosystem, but then can be exported globally, and we become the lab for innovation.
Thank you, Dhruv. Very good afternoon. 70% of the earth is consisted of water bodies, right? It's made up of water bodies. So it is very apt that we make the most optimum and major use of this particular asset or this particular element of the earth for transportation, for mobility. The diversity of a country like India, I would say it gives us a crucible, it gives us an opportunity to experiment and to come out with an entire gamut of solutions. If you look at the pillars, the policy pillars that are driving the Indian maritime sector, whether it is the Maritime Vision 2030, whether it is Amrit Kal 2047, which has at its core the manufacturing capabilities in terms of the shipbuilding capability. Apart from shipbuilding, cranes, material handling, yard movement, yard coverage, and of course, autonomous transport. So these 4 or 5 pillars make up the entire gamut of activities which are needed for a developed and for a hugely aspirational and achievable maritime sector. In this, the most important thing will be these 4 or 5 pillars, how they are connected to each other, and not only for the sea, but also the inland waterway. The positioning of the vessels, whether it's the coastal vessels, whether it's the container, whether it's the bulk cargo, and of course the automation of the port operations. These will be the key factors. And of course the enhancements, the achievements that have been carried out in terms of IoT, in terms of digitalization, Industry 4.0, now we talk about 5.0. These will come in handy, aided by AI and machine learning. Here, many of you may be wondering, what does a company like BEML, we were earlier known as Bharat Earth Movers Limited, what is a company like BEML doing? So BEML, we changed the name of the company to BEML Limited, and we have been supporting the mobility initiatives, the mobility sector of the country in the road, mining, as well as defense. So why not the water? That is where we come in. And with our experience of coming out with unattended train operation, that is a grade of automation 4, which has the highest level of automation for the metro. Here in your own city, the line 2, line 7, which is the rolling stock is being built by us. We thought it very apt that we start working on the crane, the material handling, the yard movement, and autonomous solutions, autonomous cargo movement for the maritime sector, bringing in all our experience, all our expertise in the mobility sectors that we have already been in. And with that background, we recently signed an MOU with the Deen Dayal Port Authority and Delhi Metro and one deep tech startup to come out with enhanced freight transport system, which will not only improve the efficiency, bring in the element of safety, cost, and sustainability for cargo movement, right from moving the cargo from ship to the autonomous vehicle, and then through rail taking it to a depot or a warehouse, and then from there by road to the destinations. A multimodal transport model where the autonomous solution can move at least 80 to 90 kilometers per hour, and offering a comprehensive solution to increase the efficiency of the maritime sector, and of course with products that are embedded with IoT and AI/ML solutions. Next step will be integrating everything into a platform. Already work is being done under the Sagar Setu, the digital platform that has been provided, and this platform creating a secure cloud, and through the cloud-based system, monitoring, controlling the entire operations. That is the next step. I think it's going on parallelly, concurrently. These solutions, I will just like to give one more example. For the mobility sector, we signed an understanding with a deep tech startup of IIT Madras a couple of months back. And the first step is the linear propulsion, the next step is the magnetic levitation, and the third will be the vacuum, which is called the Hyperloop. You all must have read about Hyperloop. I'm not saying that probably the maritime sector needs a Hyperloop solution or a magnetic levitation solution currently, but for the cargo movement, a speed of 70 to 80 kmph to start with, a clean solution, which also helps in the decongestion of the ports. This type of solution we are looking for, and this type of solution a company like BML will offer to the maritime sector.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Personally, I feel it's really encouraging to have local behemoths like BML taking a more active role in the maritime sector. I think it will push the overall agenda for local innovation, production, and development of the entire ecosystem, as you just highlighted. I think taking a cue from that, let me move to Sanjeev. Sanjeev, I think one of the things that got discussed is the collaboration with, the startup ecosystem, right? A lot of our ports are, large entities are collaborating very closely with startups to first do POCs, make them successful, and then scale. So as, this phenomena happens, and we have very good examples of successful POCs now, what would be your advice? And we have a lot of startups and innovators in the crowd today, on what is that next logical step that they have to keep in mind that they should think about as they scale their solutions, their POCs, both nationally and then take it to the international level? What are some of the top things to keep in mind?
Sure. When you talk about scaling for global, or the paradigm of building once and deploy once and take it for a scale or multiple time, cloud has three things which it brings in. One is the infrastructure as a code. So you don't have to manually deploy your infrastructure or a machine. There's no human interventions. You can write a code and it can build the infrastructure for you as and when you want. The second is the scale in and scale out. That it has to go to cost optimization, that as I needed, my infrastructure is scaling and it's automatically go down. So definitely make your architecture so as scale in and scale out. And the third is a low code, no code paradigm, which is, and again, revolutionizing how we are building the innovations or solution faster and bring it to a market. based on these, I will share 3 principles, Dhruv, to the startups and the community here, which is important that how you can scale or how can take your solutions to local to global. Number 1, the security and compliance. In a maritime industry, those are very important, and it has to be inbuilt right from the beginning and day number 1. In AWS, we call it a day number, job number 1. The second is that we have to build for cloud native architecture. What that really means that when we talk about cloud native is architectural components which are tested for security, scalability, and functionality, which can bring together and you can actually plumb it together to create a customized solutions for your particular need. And that's the second one. And the third, I already mentioned about, building ones and deploying to a global, leveraging some of those cloud technology, which will advocate to the, startup community, that how they can, the idea here is to talk about is that how you can democratize the innovation, which can be done by maybe the end user by themselves. And that is where the cloud is bringing the changes.
Thanks, Sanjeev. And maybe now let me move to Gangadhar. Gangadhar, at AI, so you are already, a leading innovator in this space and living this experience that we are talking about today. You're already making solutions in India that you are taking globally. I wanted to understand from you some of your own experiences as you look at the Indian ecosystem. What are some of our strengths that can be amplified? And what are some of the areas to look at where, some improvements can be brought in either through policy, capability, collaboration, that can help, this entire ecosystem scale at a much faster pace?
Thank you, Dhruv. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to give you, we're just a startup from India. We started 7 years ago in this space. None of us came from the maritime background or none of us came from the logistics background, but we started in this saying, there's a problem to be solved. And where we started was in Krishnapatnam port. The simple part was they were facing so much congestion at the gate that for them vessel turnaround time to allow a truck in to get onto a vessel at the 0 gate, they stop 19 hours before the vessel ships out. That's how much the lines used to be. So how can you process container information, like Sir said? How do you process the container, the health? How do we allow it? These are the simple analogies that we looked at it, but when we went out to find the solution providers globally, they were asking for multi-millions of dollars for a simple gate processing solution. On the other side, we're using high-end computer vision, which is very affordable, to do multiple other solutions in other segments. And that's how we entered into this market 7 years ago, by building a gate solution system. Now, why am I so proud in the fact that we started from India and today we're all over the world, in Port of Miami, Port of Antwerp, Port of Rotterdam. We're scaling quite aggressively. Is something which I love being Indian is we always learned the jugaad way. Everything is done, we find a way to solve it. And the term is called jugaad. Now, taking technology and taking the understand of this jugaadness and building it and integrating into technology is what helped us grow to where we can. Any process, any situation. So today, for example, most of the ports, they only have a structured 10 to 16 processes on the way a container is handled. In India, we have over 60, 70 ways it's processed. Today, our AI learned all that in India, hence we're able to address it globally. That's why we're so strong. So one of the biggest saying now we say, if it works in India, it works anywhere else in the world. Which I passionately talk about it. The other thing that I actually wanted to say, through touching upon that, the government has become proactive, very proactive in the last 5 years on trying to address this digitalization. And I can proudly say, see, we're working across multiple continents today.
Here is one of the systems where it's an integrated platform called the NLP. They had the NLP for the roadside. Now they have the NLP for marine, which they're trying to integrate every single data flow. I think someone asked in the first panel, how is the bill of lading and the bill of all this coming through? I think the gentleman, I don't know if he's there. It's all interconnected systems. And there was another gentleman that asked, CISF does not work with each other. Every single checkpoint is becoming a problem because there's no data available to communicate between each of these systems. We've already solved that at Concor and CWC today. So, is there a way? There is a way. It's on how you're willing to adapt as an operator, as a user, as a provider. And government is really supporting it today in India. And which is why we're able to progress, or I'm able to talk today saying, hey, from India, I'm serving the global market. And the other part that, Dhruv, you asked, policy changes. To put it out there, any operator globally will look at a solution based on its cost or based on its ROI. Now, everyone wants the high-end technology, but at a very low cost. Is it practical? Is it usable? Is it how quickly can you turn it around? And I think that's where one of the biggest things, BCG or anyone else, you're able to help them show the ROI with these new age technologies. And that's where the policy plays a huge role, because if they're able to embed this technology, today, the Prime Minister, Modi ji, will have at his hand tips what's happening on the whole continent, or in India, across the whole subcontinent. That's how the power of data is standing today. I think, yeah.
Area that will make the maximum difference in the next few years to develop this whole indigenous, innovation ecosystem. What would be that area that you will say that this is the one to focus on?
See, we should look at an area which will reduce our operating expenditure. Okay, you are doing business. Second thing, we should look for an area which will improve your efficiency. Now, I have no doubt in telling, first we should look at dredging. The dredging we are doing, the infrastructure we are doing is all outdated, it can be simplified, and the expenditure can be brought down drastically from, see now, ports are spending average 30% of their operating expenditure in dredging. I'll tell you, if we have proper research and development in place, proper infrastructure in place, proper metrology in place, and if you make use of digitization and sensors immediately, you can reduce, tap it down from 30% to 10%. You should not take more than 10%. Broad area. As far as the efficiency, other operating efficiency, cargo handling efficiency is concerned, you need to adopt big data, artificial intelligence, and digital twins immediately. And we should have an ecosystem in which the ship approaching the port will speak not only to VTMS, it will speak to the cargo handling equipment, it will speak to the place where the cargo will be stacked, it will also speak to the destination point. That should be the level of technology you should go. These are the two areas where we should focus. First thing is to reduce the expenditure. That makes the business sense. Otherwise, there is no point in running anything when you can't make profit out of it. Second thing is you have to improve the efficiency so that people will have a better experience. Your cargo movement will be faster, and your goods in the international market will become more competitive. That's about it.
No, great thought. So essentially, anything that we pick up needs to have a clear business value, either in terms of cost or time. Fantastic. With that, maybe I'll just open it up. I want to have enough time for some questions. Maybe I'll open it up to the audience.
My question to Dr. Akraju sir. I'm Captain Rajesh Nambiar. I'm the Dock Master of Chennai. And I'm very optimistic on your timeline and the project which you spoke about of remote pilotage. And I think you gave a timeline of February 26, sir, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm sure, sir, you have already figured out the, because you're replacing a pilot, which is a profession that is more than 2,000 years old. Now, sir, my only query in all earnestness, how do you enforce accountability for any third-party liability that the service provider might be creating, sir? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make it very clear, if you have followed my talk, I said remote control, remote pilotage. Pilot can never be taken off. Pilot will be there. One pilot, instead of doing 10 things, he will be sitting at the VTMS and he will be keeping track. Someone should be there, whether the system is moving or not. Then come to the second part of the thing. I said, any technology, when it is created, adopted after testing, it has to have the consent of the statutory authority. That's the reason at my talk I said, we should get in hookup with the DG shipping. Whatever statutory requirements, modifications, compliances have to be inbuilt. They have to be inbuilt. Then introduce the technology. That's what I have said.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I understood that part, sir, that you are going to hook up with DG shipping for finding out the regulatory loopholes. Like today, if a accident happens due to the vessel movement, the P&I of the vessel owner is liable for it. Now, have you taken the ship owners into confidence on this? About
that's what I said. It is at the testing stage, POC, proof of concept. Now, once it is established, then the DG shipping will come into place, insurance people will come into place, all those things. Then the question of accident, incident. See, whenever human intervention is there, we are all human beings. So, judgment, doubtful. Our activeness, alertness, doubtful. That's why many times accidents happen. When you are making a system fully automized, taking the big data, taking different things that have happened over a period of 50 to 60 years, any incident, accident to happen, the two from the outer anchorage to the point of berthing is less than 0.1%. That is why it is called automation. That is why it is called proof of concept. You keep testing it. Then you hook up with the statutory authorities. You talk to insurance agent, P&I clubs, and everyone is convinced, then it becomes a modified statutory obligation. And a pilot will always be there. He has to be at the VTMS. He has to monitor. That thing always it will be there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's how we had to move. See, we can't have mind blocks. Whether we want, whether I want, whether you want, whether you don't want, it is inevitable. It is inescapable. Take it my word, this is going to happen after 10-15 years. That will become a common thing.
Thank you, sir. We look forward to February 26.
What is fear that what will be the, it is like paradox of doubt. So what you are doing on a digital twin, first you are going to prove everything on the model, that everything works. That is A. It is having a sequence of stages. It is not something that today we decide, tomorrow we will work manless. So there is a concept, then digital twin you are going to make, there you are going to prove. Then again, when you are doing the physical testing also, pilot will be there on the vessel and you will operate it from here. So all these stages will happen and finally the product will be through with all the regulatory compliances in place. So nobody will do this because all stakeholders will be taken into confidence when we do this.
You are correct, Kashi, and proof of concept is what is happening now, field level. It is not even simulation. We are not doing simulation. The BCG came to me, they came for almost prepared for a 40 minutes meeting. I completed the meeting in 5 minutes. I said, this is what I want. I wanted the field level. I don't want any digital things. So they are at the field. They have put the sensors. They have the operating modules, they have the digital charts, they are working on it. And it's going to happen. See, science is something you can't escape. Technology is something you can't escape. I told you, no, if you want to be in business, change before other fellow changes. Otherwise, you can't survive.
Absolutely. I think it's a very fascinating topic. I think we have a question in the second row. Can we have a mic there, please?
Hi, Ramana from Avellino. I'll speak loud. This question is for Sanjeev Jha. So there's a lot of synergy between, thank you very much. There's a lot of synergy between cloud service providers and the infrastructure they bring, along with the vertical SaaS vendors who are giving AI or OR solutions. So any public comments that you can say whether there can be partnerships between AWS and vertical SaaS companies?
I'm not authorized to speak on that topic, so I'll just skip.
That will be the last question.
Hey, Dhruv, can I add something to the previous? So just to give you an understanding, there's so much AI being used everywhere, but who's taking the liability for the decisions AI is taking today? Where is the regulation? Who's taking the liability? And my question to you, are you using ChatGPT? Yeah? Who's liable for the action? You're using ChatGPT, right? There you go. You've answered your own question. But then the regulation comes in if things are possible. Now, if you look at Europe, they just released their AI Act. Now, if you look at, there's a draft going on in India about the AI utilization. Now, today, Sir spoke about using face as an ID. Whereas if you look at in Europe and North America, face and biometrics you're not allowed to touch. So the regulation changes from geography to geography on what you can utilize and what you cannot utilize. And it's all very user dependent. The regulation of the start of what we're trying to do on the vessel side, and which is a great step because I'm telling you the amount of tech that is coming out of India right now, how we can take it to different geographies, and again, every geography has its own regulation. So, yeah.
So my question is to Mr. Nanda sir. So as he told, like tech is going from local to global. So what are the blockages you are facing, and how you are tackling those going forward?
What are the blockages I'm facing going global?
Adoption of the technology at the global level. Like, one is the regulations, there might be another regulatory regulation. What are the other blockages?
Basically, what are hindrances to innovation as you basically scale your solutions and take them?
Like any other business, building trust with any customer is one of the biggest things. So how does you as a company coming out of India build a trust with a customer in Europe or North America? I think one of the biggest things is trust. Like also Chairman Sir said, there's 3 KPIs we built our technology around. Any user in the maritime space wants those 3 KPIs. 1, they want to reduce their OpEx. Globally, it's the same thing. How can I bring down my costs? So I want tech that works very good, which also brings around my overall stuff. I'm able to move with the same equipment and the same land, gives me more bottom line. So how can I provide more bottom line? Now 3,
which is something we learned after going into the global market, is everyone loves bringing down carbon emissions. So, every single efficiency that we're doing, we're going back and calculating how much diesel am I saving, how much biofuel am I saving, which in return is giving them reduction in carbon emissions. So if you know how to sell your solution or your product, which is going to solve their exact need, that's how we've been able to penetrate more quickly and better into different global markets. And I think understanding that problem is the biggest thing.
I think we have one last question here. Maybe one last question.
Legacy company also has taught us that we have to move with the times. And being under the Ministry of Defense, with so much work being done through the IDEX program, Swaditi program, we are working very closely with a lot of startups, not only for the mobility sector but also for the defense sector. We have also brought in certain policy changes within the company, and we have set up an innovation center at Bangalore. Apart from that, we also have a central research facility
specifically designed to carry out blue sky research. And we are collaborating with academia as well, with IIT Madras, with ISC Bangalore, with Defence Institute of Advanced Technology, Pune, just to name a few. And, you know, the idea is to keep things simple. When you develop a new system at a system level, I mean, it has been our experience from having done quite a few clean sheet designs, clean sheet solutions for power pack for mobility, that the development, the design should be easy to build, easy to install, and easy to maintain. That's the policy, that's the philosophy we follow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. I will invite the COPA chairman, Mr. B. Kashi Vishwanathan, to kindly step up on stage and present mementos to all the expert panelists and the moderator. Let us begin with the panelists of this session. Dr. Venkataraman Akkaraju, NMPA chairman. A token of appreciation for you, sir. Mr. Gangadhar Gude, Chief Executive Officer, ATAI. Mr. Shantanu Roy, CMD, BEML Limited. Mr. Sanjeev Jha, Principal SA, AWS. And the moderator, Mr. Dhruv Lal, MDP, BCG. Could I request all you gentlemen to step ahead for a group picture, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats. We will be presenting the way forward, and of course there will be the vote of thanks. So just be with us for the next couple of minutes. I'll request the panelists to step down, sir. If you can just please stay with us for another minute. Could I request Vineet to please come up on stage and felicitate the COPA chairman, Mr. B. Kashi Vishwanathan, with a memento. Sir, kindly accept this as a token of gratitude and appreciation from Vineet Vijayvargiya, Head India Transport and Infra, Boston Consulting Group. And could I now request the Deputy Chairman of Chennai Port, Mr. S. Vishwanathan, to step up and accept this memento from Vineet Vijayvargiya. All right. Could I request all of you to please join us in the audience for a few more minutes as I request the Deputy Chairman of Chennai Port, Mr. S. Vishwanathan, to put the way forward and also to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Good energy, good discussions. Thanks to all of you. As we come close to this landmark session, it's my privilege on behalf of the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways to deliver this vote of thanks. Today has been a milestone moment for the India's maritime sector. Guided by the vision and leadership by the Ministry, we have taken another decisive step towards shaping the digital and AI transformation of Indian ports. This morning, we witnessed the unveiling of DigiBandar, the digital twin blueprint for Indian ports. You would have seen the examples of how JNPA has moved forward with digital twin. At Chennai Port also we have shown the example, and you could see it in the stall in the exhibition hall number 1. We have also seen the new Mangalore port examples also as to how remote pilotage has been mentioned. Good queries, good discussions. I believe arguments is the way to take the progress forward. And also we celebrated another important achievement, which is signing of 14 MOUs with startups under the Sagar Mala Startup and Innovation Initiative, S2I2. These partnerships will accelerate innovation in areas such as logistics automation, green shipping, AI-driven operational intelligence, and strengthening India's position as a global leader in maritime technology. Let me put to you in perspective. Yesterday you would have heard Hon'ble Prime Minister speaking. Later the global CEO conference took place. The big thing that will happen is investments in green energy. Big thing that will happen is investments in shipbuilding. Big thing that will happen is on port automation. Efficiency will always be talked about, and every benefits in turnaround time, every benefits in bringing down the cost and improving the bottom line will always be under the biggest priority, even in the government sector too. And while I reflect today's discussion, from the first session, digital and AI in maritime, from hype to hard value, we learned how data-led transformation can translate into tangible operational and economic outcomes, turning vision into measurable impact. Very good discussion in that regard. And in the second session, we talked about shaping the future for digital and AI for India's maritime. Our industry leaders underlined the importance of collaboration between ports, logistics players and technology providers, and DigiYatra equivalent ecosystem for the maritime sector. The cruise sector to be if we can look at it similar to what SHRI will be looking at, lot of cruise terminals are coming across the country, be it in Chennai, be it in Goa. The latest, take your time to get into the Mumbai port's new terminal for the cruise areas. Even for that example, the latest one in Vizag also is setting standards. And in fact, at Chennai port, we are planning to introduce the concept of aero bridge, so that the lighting and embarking and disembarking process is made much simpler. And in the final session, indigenous innovation from local genius to global maritime advantage, we saw how India's homegrown technologies and startups are poised to redefine the global maritime scale. Let's put it very clear, it's not only for India, we are making it for the world. So that is the perspective with which we are looking at it, and I thank all of you. I take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to Joint Secretary Sri R. Lakshmanan. He has given an inspiring keynote today and for steering the ministry's bold digital and AI agenda. He is our digital AI man to look up in the ministry, and we thank our Cochin Port Authority Chairman Sri V. Kashi Vishwanathan for his guidance and continued support in making this event a grand success. Let me put it in perspective, gentlemen. Sir has been the guiding force with the entire team to ensure that this event goes smoothly. We also extend our thanks to all the distinguished panelists and moderators from India and abroad, from the Port of Rotterdam, DP World, JSW Infrastructure, Adani Logistics, JNPA, NMPA, TIC 4.0, BML, ATI and others for sharing their perspectives and experiences that will continue to inspire our journey forward. Special thanks to Mr. Vineet, Mr. Dhruv and Ms. Nikita from the BCG team, and to their entire support team. A round of applause to them. They have curated each session. They have really done such a wonderful, they brought the entire intelligentsia to this stage and a good interaction also. And special thanks to my own port for coordinating the MOU and the shaping forward part. As we look ahead, today's announcement marks not an end but a beginning of a new digital era for India ports where technology, data and human capability come together to deliver world-class performance. Thank you all for your presence, your insights and your continued partnership in this journey. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for putting the Digital Tech Forum in a nutshell for all present. So thank you all for being a wonderfully lovely audience and wishing you all a very fruitful and meaningful day ahead. On that note, we conclude, and this is Manasi signing off. Thank you again.
port clearance or enter into the port. This has been achieved by integrating lot of technology initiatives. We are it's with immense pride I'm standing before the entire port community representing New Mangalore Port Authority. We are one of the ports which have given best technologically advanced solutions for a lot of port activities. Like for example, if you take access controls at the gate, lot of time is spent by port for gate access. A normal truck operator, if you take the average time, turns around to be 5 to 7 minutes to get a truck cleared from a port gate. In our case, we have brought it down to less than a minute. How we achieve this? We have introduced one generation of technology, RFID technology, which is now we are replaced with face recognition technology. The result is the driver can just come into the gate, show his face, and then get a port clearance or enter into the port. This has been achieved by integrating lot of technology initiatives. We are scanning the bottom of the truck. The container is scanned from all sides for damages, its locks, and then driver's face is recognized through a strategically placed camera. So the whole experience of entering into a port for a truck driver is I would say he comes in on the fly and then gets into the port. So this has changed the throughput through the port gates drastically. You will not find queuing trucks in our gate. This is one of the best achievements we can showcase to you. That is regarding gate access systems. Then we have introduced a set of camera systems across the port where intelligently placed camera can become exceptions in operations. There are video analytics associated with that, which picks up where the eyes should go or the man on foot should reach out. These initiatives have enabled us to bring in the manpower involvement in all these areas. Earlier we used to do with lot of manpower involvement. This security exercises or access control mechanisms were labor intensive or security personnel intensive. With technology adoption, we could bring it down drastically, and the efficiency which came along with that has made doing business with port a very, very easy affair. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Pramod. I am the Senior Deputy Traffic Manager of New Mangalore Port Authority. We and my team have participated in this India Maritime Week, spanning over a week of time. This is the Kumbh Mela of world maritime industry. Our beloved chairman, Sri Venkatramana Akkaraju, Dr. Venkatramana Akkaraju, has also participated in 3 major sessions covering investments in the state of Karnataka through public-private partnership, followed by a session on cruise, where he has showcased the capability of tourism, particularly cruise tourism across the country, and also seeded the idea of calling domestic cruise to New Mangalore Port. Today, he is also attending one more session on tech. As you know, New Mangalore Port is one of the leading port across the Indian major ports in adoption of technology. Not only all our operations are mostly automated, we are trying to achieve full automation by 2035. That is one of the key mandates. In that continuation, we already have automated weigh-bridges, unmanned gates, facial recognition based systems. Now we are also doing an innovative thing that is called automated pilotage, the POC, the proof of concept, has been done at New Mangalore Port in collaboration with NTPC WC, IIT Chennai and Boston Consulting Group, a leading international consultant. Today that will be inaugurated in the session, as well as our chairman will be speaking about it, the use, benefit, the cost saving and the hassle-free pilotage movement, which is one of the key operations of any seaport, let alone major port. Other than that, Honorable Prime Minister has attended the event, Honorable Home Minister has attended the event, all the Union Ministers of MOPSW, Union Minister of other ministries have attended. That showcase the important, the criticality and the population, the approach and the penetration of this event. Not only 100 countries, 1 lakh delegates. So this is a forum which is giving to all sector, including major port, including a port like us, to showcase the world what we are. So please come visit the stall at stall number 40. We will be waiting for you to showcase what we are and what we are doing. Thank you.
This year's Maritime CEO conference is being held as a part of the India Maritime Week held in Goregaon from 27th October to 31st October 2025. This year's theme is Believe, Achieve, Lead. So it is to believe in yourselves and achieve your dreams, who strive relentlessly towards it, and lead with integrity and innovation, whether it is navigating the seas, scaling enterprises or transforming policy. It is also to empower women across all levels of the maritime ecosystem, create meaningful dialogue and around the systemic change and inclusive leadership. In NMPA, we are thankful to our chairman and deputy chairperson for encouraging and the support awarded to attend this conference to all the women employees. I am sure it will lead to a more meaningful contribution of the women employees to the NMPA organization. And I hope that it continues in the future also.
ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಸೊಬಗಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರದ ಐಸಿರಿ ಚರಿತೆಯ ಪುಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಮಧುರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಗಾರದ ಕಲಶವು ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ವಹಿವಾಟು ಕರಾವಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿ ಹೆಮ್ಮರವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿದೆ ಹೊಸ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ತಂದಿದೆ
ಅಲೆಗಳ ಸೊಬಗಲಿ ಹೊಸತೊಂದು ಬೆಳಕು ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಮಲ್ಯರ ಕನಸಿನ ಕೂಸು ಸಾಗರದ ಗಡಿ ದಾಟಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ತಂದಿದೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕತೆ ಉಸಿರಾಗಿ ಕುಡಿಬೇಕು ನಿಂತಿದೆ
ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆ
ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ
ಅರುವತ್ತರ ದಶಕ ಕರಾವಳಿಗೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ನೋಟದ ಛಾಯೆಯು ಉದ್ಯೋಗದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಹೊಸತಾದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯು
ಜಗದಾಚೆಯ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಪರಿಚಯದ ರೂವಾರಿಯು ಸಾಧನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭವ್ಯತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲುವಿನ ಪರಿಚಯವು ಹೊಸ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯ ಈ ಮುನ್ನುಡಿ ಬೆಳಕುದಂತೀಗ ವ್ಯವಹಾರದ ಕರಿಮೆಗೆ ಸೇತುವೆ ಆಯ್ತೀಗ 50ರ ಈ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಸಂತಸ ಬಂತೀಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಈ ಖುಷಿಯ ಹಂಚೋಣ
ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಉದ್ದಿಮೆ ಅತ್ತನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರಕ ಬಂದ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ
ಅಭಿನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಪತ್ತನ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವರ್ಣ ಜಯಂತಿ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ
Now is the golden jubilee of the new Mangalore authority.
ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ
O bele, o bele, o bele, ailesa. O bele, o bele, o bele, ailesa. ಒಂದು ಇತ್ತ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಬಂಗಾರು ಪರ್ವದ ಗೌಜಿ
ಮಂಗಳೂರಿ ಬಂದೋರ್ ಕರ್ತೃಪಕೋರ್ ಸುನಲಿ ಜಯಂತಿ ಸುನಲಿ ಜಯಂತಿ ಇದೀಗ ನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ
ಅತ್ತನವ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರಕ ಬಂದ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ
ಜೈ